Yeah, the timer's still going, but I'm a little late. Hello, everybody. How's it going? Hope everyone had a good Valentine's Day. Hello, welcome on in. Let me see. Okay, who's all here? We got Tracy, Yoshi, Mystic, Tay, Coco, Durg, Grand Guy, Thunder, Gift Shop. Hope you're all having a great day. I am so over right now. Hold on. Okay, wait. Oh, there's one thing I forgot to do. Oh, wait. Before I just switch my other scene. The timer's still going. I'm not late. Even though I'm technically late. Even though I should have started, like, 2 minutes ago. Don't worry about it. It's fine. Where the fuck? Hello? Did it not work? Wait. Failed to connect to VTS. Wait, what do you mean? No. No, I need... YouTube Studio, come on. What if I remove my token? Try again? Please? Token is missing, command will not work. Oh no. Oh no, my VTube Studio's broken, help! Check on your foreskin. I'm not late, don't look at me. Just look at the funny art. There's some very funny art in there now. We'll talk more about that in a second. There it is! That's what I've been waiting for. Why did it take so long? Blah! What the fuck do you mean it didn't move me? Attempted to trigger hotkey, could not- What the fuck do you mean couldn't identify hotkey? You know, I'll just remove myself manual. Hello, how's it going? Oh my gosh. Can't believe there's inflation in your banners. Well, there, I didn't even need to move myself now. Thank you, Mystic. But hello, welcome on in. Hope everyone had a good Valentine's Day. I spent it mostly doing a lot of art. You know, I need to put it on stream. Hold on, make sure. Is this too loud? Let me turn down the music a tiny bit. There we go. Let's see. So, for one, I mean, I've been working on commissions, but also, I made this yesterday. It's so big! I always gotta... Why do I always work in 4K? So, here's a Valentine's Day card. You can print this out, hand it to someone. Even, you know, it might be late for Valentine's Day. This entire stream's not being late. But, you know, was alone to save it. Yeah, you know, me too. I hung out with some people. It was good. But, there. The ass is... Mystic... Okay. You know, Mystic showed me a video. And, well, actually, it was a video I was thinking about when I made this, but I need to show it up on stream. Yeah, do like a picture.jpg, exactly, There we go. So just, you know, we'll have that right there. Oh, that reminds me, because I put, of course, put Neil Breen in here. Twitter Oopie Neil Breen. Twitter Oopie Neil Breen sent me his new movie finally. It came in a cracked case, but I finally got it. I've been waiting so long for this. Now I just need to put it in my... I fucking love it. It literally is like a rewritable, like, DVD. Just with a fucking label stamped on it. It's so, like, cheap. You can't help but, like, respect it. Oh, the case is falling apart. I open it. It's like, the case is fucking, like, broken. In multiple spots. What the fuck, Neil? Neil, I thought we were oomfies. What have you done to me? Why? I deserve better than this. I thought you loved me, Neil. I literally, like, open up the case, like, one of the hinges, like, cracked off. I don't know what happened to this thing. But the DVD's okay, and that's all that matters. Hello, Dad, welcome on in.
I did not hit her.
So I'm thinking about doing a movie night with the, with Cade, the Tortured Crossing. I'm so excited. I can't wait. Well, the thing is, I need to find a way to rip it, or just find a, piece of, or like find a place online to watch it. I don't know, either one. I bought it, okay, Neil? I bought it. It's mine. I bought your movie, okay? Challenge expected, except I didn't respect it. Wait, what happened? Who didn't respect it? What? Pete? What the fuck? No, I'm so full of food. Help! Back in the stream. Goodness, is a large owl. Well, hello, Trace. How you doing? I can't. How could you do this to me? I'm so full of. I mean, for one, I ate lunch late because I woke up late and I went to the store and then I got some food afterwards. And then Pete's brought home curry and that was good. And I didn't even finish all of it. I put some, like, half of it away for lunch tomorrow. And I'm so full. Help. I'm also full of chocolate because I bought a bunch of cheap chocolate on clearance today. Fiery, hello, welcome on in. Alright, I gotta do 10 of every workout. Okay. Help! Help, I'm so full. Alright. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Alright. Push-ups. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Sit-ups. Oh, these are the worst ones. These are the worst ones in the whole thing. Help. 1, 2, 3. Oh, my stomach. 1, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, I did it. I'm free. Oh, I'm free for another, what, half an hour? Is that how long the... Alright, I'm back. What was I talking about? I talked about the Neil Breen movie came. I showed off the new Valentine. You know, I'll just go ahead and make it a little bit bigger so you can all see it again. Oh, yeah, I've been working on commissions. One of those is almost done. I'm sorry, I was having a seizure. That happens sometimes. I need to figure out, there are some quirks with PNG Tuber Plus I need to work out. I think it's like some high CPU use or something. Oh! Goodbye. Time to do your Duolingo. When are we watching Neil Breen in the room? We watched, we actually did a, last year. Oh shit. I think it was last February even. Or it might have been like last March. We did a Neil Breenathon in the Discord where every week we did a new, Neil Breen movie. I can do that. I can do that again. Oh my god. We do a Neil Breenathon and then end with a new movie. Oh shit. Oh fuck. You're so right. You're so right. The fact that you said that and I didn't just think of it and say you're so right to myself.
Space Jam DVD, 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 Space Jam DVD,
That's perfect. That's great.
Space Jam DVD, 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 Space Jam DVD.
I love that I'm like covering up half of the VR chat, like, pictures, so you can't even like tell what's going on. I was like, you could just see my face, I was like, I think I was doing the soy jack point back at me and you can't even like see what I'm pointing at. Oh, yeah, when I was drawing this butt, because like, it was so hard to do this where I'm like, okay, I need to make sure that it's known that this is comical. I just need to make it fucking like 2 domes. 2 domes and put the shine back there. Any smaller than that and it wouldn't come across as comical, I don't think. Maybe it doesn't come across as comical. Maybe there's some people who are really enjoying that, I don't know. Speaking of comical things that have been drawn for me, I've gotten some fan art this week. I've gotten a lot of fan art this week. Strange, you know, I played Tribal Hunter and all of a sudden everybody wants to draw Jame. Oh. I've gotten 4 different pieces this week. Yeah, Mystic, huh? Yeah, you drew 2 of them. You, yeah, literally half of the pieces I got this week were from you. Alright, well, let's start in order. So here's one. This is by Terra Nightar. They finished this like right at the end of stream too, so I couldn't show it up during stream. A second was to tease you. And Dead End, hello, how's it going? Tribal Hunter is a good game for pure wholesome reasons and nothing else. It's just a great Metroidvania. There's nothing weird about it. It's just a great Metroidvania, right? So this is, see, yeah. Yeah, see, alright, I was able to, I told you I was able to pull it off. What do you mean test it out? Ah, I broke my Sammy! Oh no, that means I'm stuck in Himbo mode. Should I just stay stuck in Himbo mode tonight? It's post-Valentine's. You know what, fuck it. I'm Himbo now. But, let's see, so that's number 1. Skinny, I mean, skinny but not for long. See, like, at first I was like, huh, they drew Jame really skinny, and then I saw the text at the top right, and then it's like, oh, that's white. Uh-huh, yep. So then, of course, number 2. Let's, so Mystic. Oh, it's so big! Hold on. Just you have to eat the super mushroom in Mario. If I did that, man, can I do that in hippo mode and see if that, like, what that does? I draw in 4K res. Yeah, God. Yeah, I could put this as my fucking, like, background on my computer if I wanted to. Yeah, of course, so there's more Tribal Hunter fan art, so there we go. Mystic is even bigger than me, because, yeah, of course. This screen's gonna be full of art. Alright. And then, number 3... I actually don't have the full version, so I have this version. This version isn't the final version. Kelvin Shadewind drew this, and like, I love how cute they drew Jame. Like, look at him. Like, see, he's just innocently sucking in air. There's nothing... It's completely wholesome. There's nothing, nothing wrong about it. It's just totally fine. Don't pay attention to the fact that Kelvin is being sucked in this piece. No, it's totally fine. It's totally fine. I was surprised I didn't do the- I should, you know, I should replace that in my fan art reel, actually. So there we go. So, Kelvin drew this. I love Kelvin arts. Like, Kelvin's art's so good. Like, I need to pull up they were like one of the first, pieces of art I did for, like, the art reel. They also did this little, like, pixel art Jame, like, way, like, a year ago at this point, almost. Like, I love this little Jame, look at him. I love that bird so much, even when it's so big. Well, apparently there's plenty of that coming. So there's that. And then there's one more piece of, what the fuck is up with you guys? In the course of 2 days, basically, like 3 days. I mean 2 days. If you started like on Monday, I guess it'd be like 3 days. But four pieces of art. What the fuck? And then let's see, where is it? Where's the last one? Also by Mystic, because Mystic is a monster and cannot help themselves. Where the fuck? I know I saved it in here. Where is it? Did I not save it in this folder? I know I added it to the art reel. Where are you? Where are you? Am I blind? I might just be blind. Oh, nope, there it is. Well, of course, well, for one, I gotta size it down. Yep. There you go. Enjoy the art, everybody. I'm surrounded, help. So yeah, people have been having a good time doing art this week, clearly. And you know, it's one of those things where it's like, you know, I'm not in, like, these circles. But you know what? You all did great jobs. This is very good art. Thank you all for drawing me big and round, and, well, pre-big and round, I guess, in 2 of these. But, and what do you mean nothing strange about it? See, like, it's also wholesome, look at it. Yeah, exactly. I'm just imagining this being like somebody's like first introduction to me. Like, just, oh hey, Jame, let's see what he's doing. Look at all this inflation art on screen. And like, you got the giant ass there in the bottom left. You got, I mean, the left one's not inflation, but it's, you know, pre-inflation. Oh, Coco, thank you. Horny, what are you pointing at me saying horny? You see, it's wholesome. Hello, Scoria. It's all coming in. Absolutely nothing. But then you got, hold on, hold on. Can I zoom in? Am I no, did I just break my, why the fuck did, oh no. I just broke Sammy again while I'm shiny. Hold on, I need to, damn it. Sometimes my zoom in breaks everything. Sometimes it doesn't. Tonight's a break everything day, I guess. Can I like, hold on. What do you mean Sammy Bridge isn't installed? Oh no. It should be this, right? Okay, wait. Okay, closing out of Sammy and opening it back up again. You're sucking in air makes me think he's gonna use... Oh, I see, Did I close out of my Sammy Bridge? Sorry, just gotta deal with my scream scuff. It's good Duolingo, no. The absolutely nothing to absolutely nothing. Crazy, huh? Let me go here and do... Hold on. There we go. Reset. There we go. There we go. Oh, Coco. I technically drew another one, but yeah, that one's completely not meant to be a one-off. Oh, yo. Yeah? Wait, you drew another one? I see. You named your last stream. I hope this doesn't awaken anything in me. Nothing's happened yet. I'm still pure. I'm unaffected. Token missing. Remove the token. Get the new token. I hope everyone had a good Valentine's Day though. I hope everyone had lots of chocolate, or you know. He's still sleeping. I'm always asleep. You were not gonna wake me up. Good fucking luck. Oh, thank you for the pets. I do really appreciate all the art though. It's really nice. Like, I mean, like I said, even though I'm not like into any of this stuff, it's still, like I still really appreciate it. It's all really well done, and like I fucking love it. Like, I can still appreciate aspects of it and how well it's, you know, done. Thank you all again, everyone. Thank you, Tara. Thank you, Kelvin. Thank you, Mystic. This certainly reawakens something, you know. Well, we'll see. I've got 1 or 2 more streams of Tribal Hunter. Then what's next? I guess next is changed? Or is it the big, like, macro game? What's that one called again? Property damage, I think? Alright, let's get this... Alright. No more inflation. This is Valentine's stream. There we go. Getting tested hospitals week, look at my friend, and after... I think I need... Or afterwards, I think I like belly rubs? Oh? Oh, do you need belly rubs, Tay? Yeah, property damage. Yeah, I can put the Jame VRM in there, so I can actually step on buildings. Isn't that exciting? Please? Alright, hold on, wait. Am I gonna break it? No, I broke it! Why? Why is it broken? Help! Yeah, okay, wait. Let me adjust some things here really quickly. I gotta mess around with Sammy for like 2 seconds. Get rid of you, get rid of you. Okay. Okay, I think... Alright, huh? I broke it again. Hold on, just doing some live, live maintenance on my Sammy. What? What the fuck do you mean? Undefined? I can't able to convert string undefined to what the Alright, you know what? No zooms. Or what if I get... Hold on. There's gotta be like something I can do here. If I just... Wait. If I just get rid of all these variables, toss them out the window. Alright, let's try this. It still broke it. Yeah, okay, you know what? I'll have to play around with this later. Because I was hoping to be able to zoom in, because there's a new redeem. You know, I figured because it's Valentine's Day, you know, I'll be able to whisper sweet nothings into your ear. So, every 5 minutes, you'll be able to just do that. Use it wisely. The fuck, everything's like... Why is it yelling? Thought of watching some anime, but I'm exhausted of the bad writing in so many anime. I was, me and Pete's were just watching, Delicious in Dungeon, which I'm really enjoying. It's so, like, it's really neat, and, like, I really enjoy how it takes into account, like, the ecological kind of environment of the dungeon, and, like, how, you know, monsters kind of, like, intermingle and stuff. It's really nice. It's really neat. Yeah, Dungeon Meshi is good. But, let's see, aside from that, we've been watching, fucking... Oh, thank you, Coco. What the hell is it called? I need... Okay, let me... Every time I say this anime, I need to get the entire title, because it fucking... I love the title. Alright. Cherry magic. 30 years of virginity can make you a wizard. It's great. It's cute. I feel like it's very like, it's very tropey, but I'm not complaining. It's cute. It's nice. It's just like it's like a slice of life office romantic comedy. But also the main character is technically a wizard, I guess. He can like, I mean, he's a wizard, but his only power is to touch people and read their minds. 30 years of virginity. Yeah, I think there's like a superstition in Japan where like, if you make it to 30 as a virgin, you become a wizard. So the premise of the anime is this character wakes up on his 30th birthday and goes like, oh wait, now that I can touch people and like read their minds. And then he touches his coworker and his coworker is madly in love with him. And so now he's gotta be like, wait, my coworker's in love with me, I like the attention, but I'm not gay. I would never be gay. Jame has a manga sense. Who pointed that out in my server? Was that lazy? Somebody pointed that out. You know what, fine. Let me grab the image. Where is it? Was that in memes? Here it is. Yeah, it was lazy, yep. So, yeah, lazy pointed this out. Listen. I'm built like a thick Among Us. And I'm not afraid of that. This is the burden I have to carry. Kinda sus. Well, you know what's gonna be sus this entire stream? Because, we're gonna be playing dating simulators, and I hope I don't show cock on stream. I had to, like, try very hard to, like, look through, I had to look through, like, all the games I downloaded to, like, make sure, like, is there, like, cock? Like... So, you know, the thing about dating simulators, especially, like, you know, adult-themed ones, like, not ones, like, where you're not just, like, a high school student or whatever. You know, sex is a thing that happens. And, you know, that's a lot of, I think a lot of these, and I had to be very careful. Don't accidentally show my asses. No. Listen, I'll show my ass anytime I want. Next stream, I'm gonna show my ass. I guess I'm technically showing my ass on this stream, so you know what? Shark dating simulator? Let's see, so I grabbed a couple, and I realized one thing. Some things are super long. So, I will probably just end up doing like 2 of them, really. Because, there was one that caught my interest, but it's only through my browser. Somebody actually posted it in my Discord, so that's where I'm gonna go grab it from. Yeah, it's called Lookouts. A cute little thing. About some gay outlaws. And then, the other one I'm gonna do tonight is called Dragon Island. And that one has a cock disable button, so, hopefully if that's on, I shouldn't have any issues. Listen, I'll be safe. I planned for this. I made sure that there is a delay on the video, and I'll be able to, like, censor it if I need to. I'll be safe. Don't worry about me. I may be slightly worried, but don't worry about me. It'll be fine. This will be great. Dragon doesn't have that. Oh, hello, Tara. Thank you for letting me know. That's perfect. Great. Yeah, because like there was a thing in the options for like hide. What the hell did it say? I like sent it to a couple people because I was like sweating. Hide crotch is in the options, and that made me go like, uh-oh. And then there was another visual novel I downloaded that was like, I don't remember what it was called even because I deleted it. Because I was going to play it, because I was like, oh, it's like a college-themed, like, dating sim, might be nice. And then I, like... See, my test I did is I started it up, and then I just hit the skip button for as long as I could, and just hit random options, go like, okay, am I seeing cock? Oh, there's cock. After class? It might have been after class, actually. Wow, the fact that everyone knows this stuff. You see, my backup option for tonight is I have Hottable Boyfriends. If nothing works, or if we run out of stuff to do, I've got Hottable Boyfriends. You and you're not peeing. That'll be sometime, I don't know, I need to figure, I might just do another, like, variety day, where I play a couple of I have a couple of games that were gifted to me that I need to play. Gale gave me, like, Garfield Kart and Alt F4, Warframe, I'll do another Warframe stream when I hit, the new war, what's it called? That whatever that one is called. Or The War Within or something like that. I don't remember. It does have some stuff as in more adultish comments and stuff like yeah, you know, like if it's scripted like text, I don't care that much. It's fine. It's if it gets too descriptive, I can always, you know, not read it. Nothing explicit until the game releases. Good to know. Hopefully they have a safer work toggle. Because, you know, honestly it would be fun to stream if it comes out. We'll see. Well, we'll see how tonight goes. Because this game is on Steam. Alright. Actually, before we do, I was gonna go into the first game, but I remembered there was a video I was gonna show everyone relating to the ass there in the bottom right corner. Or bottom left. I gotta find the video now. I know Mystic sent it to me. There it is. It's only a 5-second video. Alright. Hold on. Let me move over to... Wait, where? Go here. Yep, okay. Alright, so Mystic sent me this because it reminded him of the art that I did. No, wait, no. There we go. Gotta get the frame of Max ass. There we go. Those are some fuck me eyes on the Duolingo bird. And then yet. There. do a Duolingo. Or don't. I don't know. The company kind of is trash right now. Alright, but for now, we can play this. Lookouts. Can I, like, full screen this? Oh, I can full screen it. Yes. Tiki, hello! Yeah, let's get you a shout out. Because you were streaming earlier. So there we go. Follow Tiki, they're a very sweet bird. Must do your Duolingo no reading. Or no leaving. No, I'm running away. Well, I need to set up all my windows properly so I can see everything. I need more monitors. Help. This is the problem with, like, you will never have enough monitors. You will always need more. Let me just make sure... Alright. Oh wait, hold on. So, well, Give Shop did the Whisper Sweet Nothings and said, say the Shrek script. I can't do the entire Shrek script. Give Shop, hello? Stream Girls. I watched Loom stream some of it, and his face has a face full of bulge scene. Had to cover up with this VTuber. I've streamed some stuff before. I did a YouTube stream way back, like, years ago, like 2015. I streamed Honey Pop. That was fun. I had, like, a PNG of Shaquille O'Neal's face that I used to cover up everything. Oh, wait, I was already himbo. Paul, you, like, unbroke it. Well, alright. the countdown begins now. More, I can't be more himbo. It was already permanent himbo, and now it's no longer permanent himbo. Oh well. Alright. Okay, you know what? I have to honor Gift Shop's redeem. Alright. Wait, do you want me this close? Do you want me this close? You know what, if I'm gonna whisper sweet nothings into your ear, this is how I'll do it.
Bigger! Jeff?
Bigger.
Bigger! Jeff! Bigger! Jeff!
Bigger. Oh, thank you. Once upon a time, there was a lovely princess, but she had an enchantment upon her of a fearful sort, which could only be broken by love's first kiss. She was locked away in a castle, guarded by a terrible fire-breathing dragon. Many brave knights had attempted to free her from this dreadful prison, but none prevailed. She waited in the room of the tallest tower for her true love, and true love's first kiss. Haha, like that's ever gonna happen. What a load of toilet flush. There we go. There's your Shrek script. How was that? You feeling romantic yet? Alright. I don't know whose voices to do for here. I haven't seen the when you don't see the characters. Okay, let me. So, you sure we can trust this friend of yours' info? It'll be a crying shame if you're wrong about this. This guy is someone to ride the river with. He'd never sell me bunk information. That town has struck gold. That's what he heard. Heard? He just heard about it? What kind of source is that? We can't go off of rumors, you nutcase. But think about it. We'll be living like English kings if we take over a supply like that. What else are we gonna do? The last job was a bust. We got nothing left. Alright. We've had some bad luck and are running low on supplies. We'll take that town by hook or by crook. And if they don't have that gold, we can take them for what they do have and skedaddle. The lookout will go early in the morning and see what we're up against. But I reckon we can bulldoze this burg and have some fun either way. Make sure to bring us back some juicy details, won't you, tomboy? He firmly slaps you on the back. Laughter fills the camp around the roaring fire. Sounds like he'll be riding at sunup to check the town out. You feel it's best to get some sleep. The desert is an orange haze. The scorched sands whip up around your horse's legs. The sun hot against your back as you ride towards the town. Hold on, how's the volume? Okay, wait, I gotta, like, keep an eye on the volume. Yeah, oh, I think it's a little loud, hold on. Can I, like settings? Wait, here we go. There we go. There's not much to be done while riding. The desert is lonely, harsh, bare. Only thing to do is think. Vadio, hello, welcome on in. Hope you had a lovely Valentine's. I mean, I basically spent my entire day like working on art, but I got some chocolate today. And isn't that what Valentine's is all about? Every time I gotta like the way that I gotta work my stream today. I gotta click off to do the zoom in now. Hello, Jame and chat. Got a lurk, but I hope you have a wonderful stream at night. Oh, thank you, Denon. I hope you have a great day too. In fact, hold on, let's get some more shout-outs out here in the chat. It's Denon, another great Strema. What was that new icon? And then the silence on the zoom is perfect. Yeah, and then yeah, get shouted out, idiot. another very good friend. Lovely people. Check them out if you haven't already. Video Bodio, the sheep with the Bodio. I guess I should probably, I can't say like Bodio, just regular, I gotta say Bodio? Is that? How's my ba? Oh, bracket! Did you watch your Neil Breen movie for Valentine's Day? I haven't yet. 8 out of 10, that's not bad. For first try.
Jame, did you watch your Neil Breen movie for Valentine's Day?
I didn't, no. I could have. I literally got it. Oh, I gotta move myself now, shit. Wait, why is my himbo... Oh, hold on, let me... Yeah, there we go. I gotta move myself out of the way, there we go. Perfect. Hold on, now I gotta... I'm like running my stream manually. Oh, there we go, thank you, Reckon. I gotta give me bleat lessons. Yes, do it. Teach me how to bleat. There's not much to be done while riding. The desert is lonely, harsh, bare. Only thing to do is think. Also, thank you, Racket. Thank you for the subscription. No, don't go to settings. You don't like being alone with your thoughts so often, for so long. But you always are alone as a lookout, alone being the odd stick of the gang. No one talks to you unless they need something. You daydream as you ride, like usual. Flights of fancy, of settling down somewhere. You're tied to Curly Wolf and his gang, though. I'll thank you for the pets, Coco. Is it so much to ask to be able to live in peace? To not have to fight for survival, always on the run? Maybe that's what your life will always be like, gang or not. A haunted outcast. They could have sent you off with some playing cards at the very least. You come to an outcropping near a cliff. Tying up your horse, you approach the edge and see the town come into view. A nice frontier town, small but clearly bustling with people. White painted signs of the wooden buildings glint and bloom in the midday sun. You can't see much else from the way up here, and turn to get your binoculars. You open your saddlebag and pull the metal binoculars out, brushing it against your poncho to dust off the lenses. Ooh, Birdman! Birdman, Birdman, hello, Birdman. Birdman, hello, Birdman, Birdman, Birdman. Sorry, turning back to walk to the edge, a figure suddenly rounds the corner of the large rock you've decided to set up camp under. Ah! Gah! Out of instinct, your hand snaps to your holstered gun and pulls it, trained squarely at the head of this new person. The bird who seemingly came from nowhere looks at you, clearly just as surprised and out of sorts from your own presence. He shifts backward, eyeing your hand on your gun. The air feels very still all of a sudden, and given you have the upper hand, you take a moment to look at who you just crossed paths with. He's definitely an outlaw, like yourself. A rugged beak shining in the sun centers a face you admittedly find charming. His face and arms are marked with scars, and a large sawn-off shotgun hangs in his holster. Since he's a bird, you know to be wary. Just like he'll know to be wary of a canid like yourself. Howdy there. What's your name, partner? Joseph. What are you doing all the way out here, Joseph? You seem a dreadful long way away from where one might think you should be. I could ask you the same question. You stare him dead in the eye. He's pretty calm for someone having a gun pointed at his head, but you can see some of his feathers quivering. Were you trying to sneak up on me, Joseph? Rob me blind while no one else can see? I bet you thought a fella missing an arm would be easy. I actually didn't even notice the arm was missing. Oh. No, sir. I had no idea you were here till I walked around this here rock. He pats the redstone behind him as if to make a point. Sir? What in the Sam Hill? You lower your gun, like your shoulder joint just gave out, and let it hang there. In all my years, no stranger's ever called me sir. Well, color me surprised, fella. You'd have to be blind or full as a tick to not see an upstanding young gentleman. Is he rizzing me up? Immediately? Alright. Now you're just licking my boots. Buck puts a hand on his chest. God is my witness, I ain't lying to you. You holster your gun and snort a small laugh. It may strike you down as a penance then. What are you doing out here, picking flowers? The smile drops from his face. He stops short and swallows, like he can't bear to say the next few words. I'm part of the Black Vulture gang. I'm on lookout here to survey this here burg. That's very forward of you, considering I just had a gun pointed your way. I'm part of the Curly Wolf gang. I'll be damned. You boys have been all over the West. What brings you right here? Much the same as you, I would imagine. Rumors of gold. You'd have it just right. Well, I can imagine what my boss might want me to do, coming across someone who's sticking their beak in our business. Joseph tenses up, feathers ruffled. He understands full well what you mean. Conflicting interests and all. But he's not here. Would be a real waste of a good bullet to use it on you. Octariax, what going in? Oh no, he's hot. I mean, Jim points fingers together. He's got the big wing hands too, look at. He's perfect, look at him. Rugged big birdman, hello? I hope you're having a good evening, Octariax. Welcome on in. Is that an insult, or are you trying to make a mash on me? I'm talking about you? Oh. Oh, I see. Oh no, I just broke... Did I just break Sammy?
Now I'm a
No, that's fine. I was trying to blush, it didn't work. But thank you. You know... The small jibe is enough to make you stop talking and search for the binoculars you threw when you pulled your gun. Turning your face away to hide the blood rushing to your cheeks under your dark fur. You dust the binoculars off again and walk over to where Joseph is standing, his eyes keenly trained on the town. Don't need no binoculars then, huh? No sir. These eyes can see all the faces of those people down there, no problem. Sir, again. Maybe it's just a habit of his to call people that. Say, why do you keep calling me sir? I ain't your boss. You just that much of a polite suck-up? It costs nothing to be kind on the trail, I've found. What do most call you, then? You thought this might come up. Of course. You're surprised it took this long for him to ask about who you are. What you are. Most would say tomboy, I would think. Or other things I wouldn't repeat in such polite company. And what would you call yourself? The question takes you by surprise. Something else no one's ever asked you. I'd call myself a man. Huh. That's so. He's gonna think you're a nut now. You just know it. You'd be better getting on your horse right now and riding it back than staying another second around this stranger. How funny. I guess we're in the same boat if I'm picking up what you're putting down. Might say that the guys at the camp don't use shove the queer to talk about money. You nod at him, unsure whether to laugh or not. Neither of you seem sure what to say now. Instead, you hold the binoculars to the bridge of your nose and investigate the town, looking down into the valley. After a spell of looking at nothing in particular in silence, you take the binoculars away from your face again, readjusting to the late morning light. At work this week is a whole fucking nothing burger. The work van is in the shop, which means no work for an indeterminate. Oh, well, at least, I mean, if you're sitting around getting paid, at least, that's better than nothing. That sucks. I hate, like, being bored at work, though. It's the worst. You glance at Joseph's keenly trained eyes, then back to the town. You can't help but stare at the clump of a couple dozen or so buildings. You couldn't help but think about the real people's lives going down there, every day. Deaths and celebrations, harvests, prayers. How you were gonna hurt them. How you were both gonna hurt them. I don't get it. Joseph's voice snaps you out of your staring. Why would Black Vulture want to come here? There's nothing here. No mines in use, no bank. And they sure as hell ain't rich by the look of things. Maybe they struck a new vein. This is a miner's town after all. But you're right. There's something strange going on. Well, two sets of eyes are better than one, right? Do you want to work together? You watch my back, I'll watch yours. Deal? A huge feathered hand shoots out at you in expectation. You look at his face and you both lock eyes for a moment. You're not sure what, but there's something in his eyes that makes you feel seen, being looked at rather than through. Aw. I wish a big bird man would hold my hand. You gently grab his hand, and a second winged hand clasps on and gives your whole arm a big shake. Whoa, careful there. I don't need to lose another. He lets go and puts his hand on his hip, smiling at you. Hey, come on now. Let's get on down there. He walks past you and heads towards a winding rocky pathway down the side of the valley cliff. You take a moment to look at the town again, walking along the cliff edge to catch up with Joseph. Wondering if you could see how red your face had been under your black fur. Aww. Clambering down the cliff face, the shade of the valley is a welcome change after your long ride in the sun. The climb down is quiet, only a few grunts and gripes, a couple of voices of concern from Joseph you quickly waved off. You both approach a wooden sign you spotted a little ways off, swaying in the desert wind. It looked relatively new, a board hanging on two chains, a word carved into the wood. Can you read it? It was only a single word, but you couldn't piece together quite how to say it. Get my hand up. No. Hand back. You know what? Let me give you. This is the Valentine stream. You don't have to pay for Himbo. Not today. You get it for free. Don't pay for Himbo. There we go. Pause it. There we go. Now let me just hold on. I need to grab a thing.
Now
There
I'm
we
at
go.
church and everybody loves
Yes,
me.
perfect. Alright, back to the game. Oh well. I'm sure someone will tell us. You notice some familiar smells drift on the wind as a gust blows through the town past you. And they were just very good friends. Look at them. Tobacco smoke, whiskey, stewing meat from somewhere. Also, hello Cadmus, welcome on in. Brokeback Wild West. Listen, cowboys, you see another cowboy out in the wilderness, you gotta, when's the next time you're gonna see a big bird, man? Always take the opportunity. They reminded you of the camp. Walking more into the town, you get a better look at the buildings that were just dots up on the cliff. There was a saloon, at least, seemingly one of the older buildings in town, as well as what you guessed was a sheriff's building, although the sign outside looked to be busted up. Everything else you could see from here seemed to be houses and whatnot. Leftovers clearly made by miners, not built to be sturdy or last long, but have been fixed up to be livable for folks. Clearly the people here like this place, and if they get a whiff of why you're both here... Alright, partner. I say if we get given any evil eyes, we hightail it out of here. Ain't worth getting shot in a place like this. Sure thing. We got each other's backs, remember? Oh, Space Info, welcome on in, how you doing? Hold on, let me give you in how about, There we go. Oh, I see we have a... Well, first of all, follow Space Info. Very cute. Let's see, oh, thank you for the pets. Sweet nothings. Oh no, my PNG tubers. What the? Why am I not? Hello? Am I broken? Am I that delayed? Oh no, help me. Oh well. we continue on. Doesn't matter if my jaw is broken, it doesn't work properly. You nodded at him. Now, we'd best get talking to people. Daylight's burning. Oh, here comes someone now. And sure enough, you see a short figure approaching you from the sheriff's office. You hear the pound of a cane on the dirt as they limp towards you with a vigor in their step. When they get closer and the haze of the desert heat obscures them less, you see a smartly dressed old lizard standing before you both. Cane in one hand and a metal flask in the other. Howdy, fellas. I'm Sheriff. Welcome to Clemency. Pleasure to meet you, Sheriff. He gave the lizard an expectant look, waiting for a name. My name is Sheriff. Just Sheriff. That's all you need. And what do you call yourselves? My name's Joseph. My associate here is... He gestured towards you and turned to look at you, a subtle panic running across his eyes. You realize that he just realized you never gave your name. What is your name? Oh. I'm Jame. Pleasure to meet you. You said this while looking at Joseph, resisting the urge to wink at him before looking back to the sheriff. So what brings you two to our fine town? We're just riding through. Needed a rest stop. There a problem with that? And Joseph nudges you with his elbow a bit. Glancing at his eyes, you can tell he's saying, "Don't be so rude." No, not at all. I'm just the closest thing we have to a welcome committee. It's always nice to see some new faces all the way out here. How long will you be staying? The saloon has some rooms if you'd like to stay for the night. Oh no, we gotta stay in the- we have to stay in the night together in a room? Oh no, there's probably only one bed, isn't there? Oh no. Oh no, Big Bird Man. I mean, they're totally normal thoughts. Totally normal, not gay thoughts. That's an awful kind offer, Sheriff. We'll be gone before nightfall. At least that's the idea. And maybe we'll like this town so much we stay. And Joseph and Sheriff both chuckle, and Sheriff sighs. Sharing one bed, platonically, of course. It's platonically, just exploring each other's bodies, but, well, you boys let me know if you need anything else. I'll be at home most likely. No, will do. Yep. With a tip of the hat, Sheriff turned and started walking back to the building at the end of the road. With the lizard out of earshot, Joseph turns to you. So, partner, what's our plan? You look around the town for a moment, surveying the handful of people walking about, talking to each other around their houses. taking in the warm wind blowing past you with a deep breath. We get talking to folks. And what, they just run their mouth about all the gold they've found? No, but I reckon a town this size, if they've struck something, there'll be a buzz about. We ask them about themselves, about the town. Someone will spill sooner or later. Alright then. Well, I got a pretty good peep at the place on the way down. We got a saloon just here, we got some sort of town hall over on the far side, and we got sheriff's station at the end of the road by the looks. Where to? We'll do the salon last. Let's see. We'll start. Well, you know, we just talked to sheriff, but sure, let's. Sheriff should know something, surely. Yes, sir. I doubt we're the only ones who've come looking before, or looky-looing. And sheriff did say to come find him if we needed anything. You walk the same direction. You saw sheriff leave. Down toward the closest edge of town, to what might be considered the main street where this town's bigger. Sheriff's office is modest, one of the smaller buildings in town. A short, square, stone block with barred windows and a lopsided wooden door. As you get close to the squat building, Joseph slows down and raises an arm to your chest to slow you as well. Okay, partner. What's the plan here? You and I both know Sheriff is gonna be the most paranoid, owl-headed son of a gun in this burg. What do you mean owl-headed? Hello? We can't go waltzing in there shooting our mouths off about just anything. Yeah, you're right. All we really need to know is Sheriff is gonna put up a fight. Or is if Sheriff is gonna put up a fight. Somehow I feel like they're not your usual lawman. You look around thinking for a bit. Two halves of a tattered sign swing in the wind on chattering chains in front of the building. You're an owl, I have a funny head? Oh, thank you, Space Indu. Oh, thank you for putting my owl head. I'm owl-headed, hello. Hey, funny! Tay, how dare you? It seems I had said sheriff once, and the edges of it had the remnants of bullet holes, shattered and charred wood. I say we tell him what's really happening. To call Joseph's face incredulous at that moment would have been an understatement. He scoffed a little out of curiosity, rubbing his chin with a feathered hand and trying to think what you could mean. What are you saying? We admit why we're here? Acknowledge the corn? Sort of. I think we can tell Sheriff that there's outlaws coming and we're worried, about the town. That's a dangerous play. Look, Sheriff is gonna have a good idea why we're snooping around if we don't have a simple, honest reason to throw off the scent. It's easier to lie when there's some truth to it. Joseph rubs his chin again inside. I think so too, but still, I can't help to feel jumpy walking into the lion's den. You knew what he meant. For people like you, a sheriff's office was never where you wanted to wind up. Walking into the office together, Joseph ducks to clear the doorway. Oh, he's tall? Points fingers together. You find the inside to be much more well kept than the outside, which had clearly seen some wear and tear in its time. See, he is a big bird man. Yes, yes, Joseph, hello. Tall, buff bird man. Hello, please, hello. Sunlight and dust in equal measures came in through the windows, landing upon the desk of Sheriff, who was currently rapidly filling a piece of paper with pencil in hand. After you close the door behind you, you both wait for a few seconds for Sheriff to notice you. Before you can politely knock on the closed door for attention, Sheriff raises a finger on a pencil-holding hand to ask for a moment's more waiting. This was followed by a hasty scribbling onto the end of the piece of paper, before the pencil was thrown onto the desk with little regard. Two keen eyes landed on you and Joseph. Howdy there, fellas. I thought I might be seeing you again. Howdy again, Sheriff. Now what can I be helping you both with today? Oh, well... Joseph turned to you, locking eyes. You saw the slight wild panic of someone caught in a trap and looking for a way out. Do you protect this town? Sheriff looked miffed, unsure how to respond, like someone had just asked if the sky was blue. As much as anyone else who lives here, yes. Yeah, belly rub. That one's not real yet. Maybe later. Everyone wants it. Everyone wants it. I should do it. What does that mean? I thought you were a lawman. Sheriff regarded you with some annoyance, still seemingly puzzled over what you were asking. I think I see the confusion here. I'm not a lawman. In fact, I'd say I'm not a man at all, or a woman. Sheriff kept looking at you both, trying to gauge your reactions. Whether you could be trusted, you guessed. My name is Sheriff. That is the moniker I've chosen. And I'd ask you to kindly to refer to me as so, or not at all. Joseph tipped his hat politely. Not a problem, Sheriff. Do you run this town, then? That would also be a no. I'm a founder, you might say, but I don't solely run this town. You boys are asking some real strange questions. Is there something I ought to know? Joseph had faltered, and now you did too. This isn't what you just planned. You were just saying the first things that came to mind, fixing on Sheriff with a calm pair of eyes, but a shakiness in the knees. Maybe you hoped Sheriff would say something that would change things. Change what you were both there for. Before you could fall over, Joseph placed a hand on your shoulder and you tensed before he gave it a light squeeze, stepping in. Please hold me. We heard from some other fellas on the trail that there were outlaws around. Coming this way, even. I see. Well, you boys shouldn't worry. We know how to care of ourselves in clemency. We don't get trouble around here often, but we make sure to run them off before anything starts. So you've been here a while, then? Yeah, ages. How do you end up living here, anyhow? What's the story? You said you're some kind of founder? Don't get it twisted now. I'm not really a founder, well, hard to explain. I used to be a marshal. Got sent here some, 30 years ago already? And you liked it so much you stayed? Joseph gives a little bellow of a laugh, but Sheriff is a much more half-hearted. No, well, I wish I could say things back then were as good as they are now. Sheriff stood up, grabbing the cane by the desk that thumped softly as Sheriff started pacing a little through the small office, stretching stiff legs. You boys know this used to be a mining town, right? Of course. Well, I used to be the lawman of this mining town. Greenhorn out in their first assignment, trying to keep the peace here. What a joke. The miners had it out for each other. There was nothing but bad blood and gold fever. I learned all too well during that time what it looks like. Gold fever in the eyes. And what people will do to satisfy it. That town was a constant powder keg, and I was only one marshal. Felt like there was nothing I could do. I felt like I needed to do more. I needed to do something to calm the place. I asked the marshals who sent me. They don't give a hoot. If anything, they tell me to keep the hands off. Let them figure it out themselves. Shoot them if they step too out of line. That never sat right with me. If there's something you should know about me, about how I conduct my business and take care of this town, it's that I care about justice. Real justice. Not the justice others suck up to, claim to care about. I learned very quickly that the law is not about real justice. Sheriff punctuated those words, said with such fire with bangs of a cane on the floor. The law of the marshals is not the justice I recognize. That's why I took on the name Sheriff. I wanted the name for myself. They didn't deserve it. Strange, I know. Thank the Lord, much good he's done me, that I met at least one like mine in that town. Sometime in the winter, we had a caravan arrive in town. People who've been traveling long across the trail, needing somewhere to stay for a spell. And some to sell as well. Furs and such, anything to help get by. Friendly folks. I enjoyed their company. Spent a night drinking with them around their wagons. The miners didn't take kindly to them. Didn't trust them. That was a week I'll never forget. Constant accusations of stealing and flare-ups, shouting matches almost ending in drawn irons. The miners were so darn jumpy and owl-headed about the slightest things. 3 days later, a miner turns up dead, stabbed in his sleep. The miners all accused one of the traitors of doing it. A Mexican fella. Claimed it was his knife that did the deed. I had to arrest him. Held him in this cell here. I tapped the somewhat rusted metal bars, but the cane rang out into the room. The traitors all came to tell me that I was wrong, that he'd never do something of the sort. They helped push me in the right direction. I'd already had some suspicion about the miners' claims. A lot of accusations have been flying around about the Mexicans and Indians traveling in the caravans. I did a little investigating and found that the miner had been killed by one of his friends. Another feud about gold. Some stolen or missing, and his so-called friend had killed him for it. The miners wouldn't believe it. Insisted the man in the cell was guilty. I wonder if maybe they just couldn't see what I could. See things through my eyes. It felt like a mockery of justice. Of everything I cared about. That was the straw that broke the camel's back. Early the next morning, I asked the traitors to leave and take their friend with them. Sheriff notices how intently you both are listening. Watery eyes flicking between you both. Anyway, that's a lot of blabbing from me already. Long story short, I kicked the miners out for the better. You make it sound like it was real easy. How do you get that many miners just abandon gold? I did what I had to. I have no regrets or weight on my soul for it. Really, getting them out, that was the easy part, I suppose. We moved and rebuilt some of the town, further from the mines. We all wanted a fresh start. The years since have been hard. Very hard. I don't have this stick because I've been sitting on my jollies and gazing at sunsets. This town may be small, but it's a lot of work to keep going. The sheriff turned and went to sit at the desk again, the chair creaking beneath old bones. Don't take my griping to think I'm not thankful for this place, though. I've done a lot for it, but it's done just as much, more even, in return. How do you mean? I can't say I've ever really had somewhere I lived do much for me. The sheriff sighed softly, looking out the windows into town. A clear view of the cobbled-together houses cascading down the shallow hillside. Clemency has given me somewhere to live. I had many hopes when I chose to stay in this town, to try to make something of it. I worked hard to earn the respect of those who live here, as a person, not as an authority. Kibby, hello, welcome on in. How you doing? Hope you're having a good evening. Hope you had a good Valentine's. Griffin, hello, that's me. But yeah, we're playing dating sims. We're only in the first one so far. I really like this one so far. The writing's nice. Like, I love the art style here too. Like, look at it. It's so like I don't know. It's very like, you know, very stark. You know, you just like black and white and like some accents in brown. But like, it's nice. I like it. Dating sim, never made one of those before. Why does it sound like you've made a dating sim before? Honestly, I would love to do a dating sim. I would love to do like a voice in a dating sim. I fucking love like, I want to do the fucking cheesiest fucking line reads ever, just about how like, oh, I love you so much, and like, oh, weird romantic sappy shit. I live for that. I literally did like, at one point I did commissions of like dating sim scenes. And like, I just love like writing really sappy dialogue for it. It's so much fun. And dating sim with a dragon? Oh, points fingers together? That might be next actually. There is a dragon dating sim we're gonna be playing here in a second. I'm so gonna voice a dating sim, God, me too. So I might have another voice thing coming up here soon. I have a friend who needs something for a video. And they asked me if I wanted to voice something in it, so that might be coming up here soon. I'll keep everyone posted when I know more. Especially if the dragon was really mean. I mean, We all like to be bullied a little bit sometimes. I points fingers together again. Anyway. I've worked hard to earn the respect of those who live here, as a person, not as an authority. People here don't see me as an oddity. They don't fear me, they don't mock me or interrogate others for how they live. This ain't just a community, it's family. We're all far from our homes, from the people who made us, but here we can make ourselves what we want to be. Do we just have like a big queer town, like, because like, you know, you got the non-binary, like, sheriff. I mean, we're here being gay as hell. Did all the like, queer people just get together to make a big town? If so, hell yeah. Just suppose you have context, I might be looking for more voices of English. I guess, yeah, if I knew, I would love to do more voice stuff, but like, yeah, I like found like a voice acting board that I like look at occasionally, but you know, there's so much garbage on there. You have to like filter through all like the Minecraft and Sims stuff and like, and Gacha Club. And you know, all the people with projects that are like, there's no way you can do this. This is like way too big for like one person, or like people who are like, yeah, I've never done anything before, but I want to do this big project that'll be like a giant like movie or whatever, like animated thing. And I was like, yeah, but it's small. Start small. Start smaller. A town of runaways don't got to keep running anymore. Sheriff stared out the window for a few more moments. The sun was a bright golden shine crossing wistful eyes. Used to have an impression problem. Yeah, like, and there's nothing like wrong about, you know, aiming big, but like, you know, sometimes you know, like, start small, gradually work your way up. You know, like, if you start too big, you're never gonna finish anything. You want to have like something you can put out there, you know? Turning back to you, Sheriff pulled back into the desk and got comfortable once more. Anyway, that's enough sap from me. Those outlaws all you wanted to talk about? Yeah, I think so. You wish you had more questions to ask, more to say, more to hear about, but no other words escaped your maw except for... thank you. Don't mention it. Thank you too for the tip-off. I'll keep these old peepers peeled. Yeah. Thank you for talking, Sheriff. We'll be on our way now. But I did have one more question for you. You still with those marshals? In contact with them? Quit the day I rebelled against the miners. Never heard from them again. Joseph nodded, tipping his hat, and Sheriff tipping in turn. You stepped out of the station into the blinding sun together. Okay, so there is a mine nearby. They probably don't have any gold here. Like, I mean, from what I can tell, they wanted to get away from the gold, like, as much as possible. There might be a meeting we could drop in on at the town hall. Seems worth a look. Sounds good to me. I wouldn't mind sitting down for a spell neither. You both start walking to the outskirts of the town, weaving between the clumps of houses and down the dirt banks. You keep walking on a flat stretch, smooth and compacted from the frequent travels of people. Some townsfolk on their porches wave at you or give you a little afternoon as you pass on by. Is it just me, or does it feel like everyone here is nicer than most? Well, maybe, but I ain't complaining. He gives an enthusiastic wave to a small kid shyly hanging around outside their house, under the shade. I could get used to folks being nice to me. Are they not usually? I mean, I don't stray far from the gang a lot of the time. Maybe this is normal. Yeah, I suppose I wouldn't know either. You arrive at the large wooden building you'd been heading towards, noting how similar to a chapel it looked. Joseph walks up the steps and opens up the door with a rattle, holding it open for you. Thank you kindly. Gee, I wonder why you're playing the dating sim with the big... No reason. No reason whatsoever. I thought it looked cute. I mean, honestly, I thought it looked cute, but it also had a big bird man. There can be two reasons. You He follows you into the short, darkened hallway, closing the door behind him with another wooden rattle. The meeting hall is fairly large and simple and bright. The wood walls are varnished and gleaming from the ample sunlight filtering through the arched windows. Rows of benches line the aisle, half facing away and half facing toward you on each side. Sitting on a nearby bench turned away from you is a hunched figure in black. Hearing you come in, the figure jumps to life, rising from the seat. They turn to you both, revealing themselves to be an elderly tortoise holding a small book in one hand. Okay, well, oh, new voice time. Ah, do my eyes deceive me, or do I see new visitors to our town? He walks with the characteristic slowness of someone his age and nature down the aisle towards you both, with a sprightly spring to his step. He tucks the book under one arm and extends both his hands to shake hands with Joseph, and then you. Welcome. Welcome to Clemency, and to our meeting hall. I'm Jacob, and what might your names be? I'm Joseph, and this here is my associate, Jame. A pleasure to meet you. I assure you, pleasure's all mine. It's been a good while since we had fresh faces around here. Now you'll have to excuse me, but I have some business to attend to quickly. Feel free to sit and pray in here until I return if you so wish. Before you can ask any more questions, he shuffles between you both and out the door. You and Joseph look at each other quizzically, sitting down on the nearest bench together. What did he say? Sit and pray here? That's what I heard too. They figured out a cool effect today. Ooh, yeah. What'd you do? Is this a meeting hall for prayer? Meeting house of God? I don't get it. You can't help but smile at his musings as he looks around the room, looking into the rafters of the ceiling before turning back to you. You lock eyes with him, staring into the honey gold and brown streaked rings of his keen gaze. Oh, he's a hazel eyes? He smiles at you coyly and looks away, readjusting in his seat. You realize you were holding your breath. Where is this game? This is on itch.io. Like, what is it? Okay, what's the name of this game again? Hold on. Lookouts. Oh, hello? Oh! Scared me. This game scared me. I was like, do I have to redo everything? Now, you sit up on the bench more, too. The hard wood at your back reminds me of church days. All the fuss and protest against your mother about your Sunday best. You don't miss the frills and laces at all. You do miss singing hymns with her. She had a beautiful voice. Having trouble making volumetric light for a concert stage, decided to use particles and worked really well. Ooh. Soft puffs of whiteness, and it looks... Ooh, I'm excited to check that out. I need to mess around with like 3D and Unity at some point. Try and do something. I don't remember the last time I prayed. Don't cross my mind very much. Can't say you're missing anything. All the good it'd do ya. Not a believer? Oh no, Solo, welcome on in. Thank you for the pets. I don't want to blaspheme, but God's done a whole lot of jack squat to help me all my life. Don't really feel like praying to someone who doesn't care about me. Or anyone like me, for that matter. Which is why I wouldn't have pegged you for a devout man. Joseph laughed a bit, almost mocking the idea. No, I don't think anyone could have accused me of that. Not with some of the things I've done. But I still pray. Only the Lord knows if he's listening. But it helps remind me what's, important to me. A lot of the time I just pray for family. Hope they're doing fine. I hope they are too. There was a momentary silence between you, like the subtle shift of coals in a long burning fire, now snuffed by the door rattling open again. You looked behind you and sure enough it was Jacob shuffling in. He grabbed a broom and briefly swept some dust he tracked in back outside before closing the door with another rattle. Forgive me for the delay. I hope I haven't kept you two from your business. Don't worry yourself. We're doing just fine here. He leaned into and nudged you playfully. Good. So, how may I help you, gentlemen? The word catches you off guard a little, the way it trips off his tongue so easily. No bitterness or mockery. Joseph seems to stall for a moment before a little wry smile returns to his face. He adjusted in his seat to turn to Jacob, who had now taken a seat facing you on another bench. Well, we're just passing through, but I'm curious. You mentioned something about prayer? Ah, well, yes, of course. You must forgive me, I'm clearly far too used to the usuals of the town. His slow drawl of words is comforting, like being told a long-worn story by a grandparent. This is a meeting hall for friends, Quakers, if you will. We're a largely Quaker community here in Clemency. Quakers. Oh yeah, there's a lot of you folks over in Pennsylvania and the likes, ain't there? Oh, hello, I love your oatmeal. Yes, indeed, that's true. In fact, this is where I hail from. But I must admit, it has been a long time since I last visited. Sorry, I've got to say I'm at sea here. I've never even heard of Quakers. I can't say I'm much more enlightened myself. I don't know nothing about them. You both turned to Jacob expectantly. Well, what's the simplest way I can explain our beliefs? He fell into deep thought for a few moments, eyes staring in the middle distance before coming back to life. We believe that there is that of God in everyone, that we all have a inner light that guides us. We don't perform sermons or sing hymns. Instead, we pray in silence together. There are no guidelines as to what you should do, other than try to connect and listen to the light within yourself. We also very strongly believe in pacifism and do what we can to promote peace, denouncing all forms of violence and the degradation of our fellows who walk the earth with us. It's important to respect the light of God within everyone. That's certainly how I see it. That sounds nice, but, well, things don't often work that way, in my experience. Jacob smiled wisely, likely having heard the same sentiment many times before. Yes, there's certainly some that adhere to it more than others in town here, but it's always been an important tenet of our community. So, everyone in this town are Quakers? Well, yes and no. Many of us are, but some of us more so just adhere to the same principles and ideals of nonviolence and so forth. Quakerism isn't enforced, but it bonds this community. Ah, interesting. What about old Sheriff? What about old Sheriff? With the pacifism and whatnot, doesn't seem like it'd be easy. Oh, well, yes, I can see how you might suppose that. Sheriff cares about keeping the peace, but isn't solely responsible for it. We all are. It's what made this town so easy to keep going. Me and Sheriff see eye to eye on many things. So, you and Sheriff have been here a while then. Did you find the place or did you found the place or something? See, going between Jacob and Joseph, the J names are tripping me up. Help. You'd have believed it by the tortoise's age. He could definitely be as old as this town. No, you flatter me, for I'm not quite that pioneering. But I have indeed been here for a long time. Is this a cold town? I don't think it's a cold. I think they're all just Quakers. I don't know, maybe there's a cold. I don't know, we'll see. If you'd indulge me, I could tell you a little of my story. If they were more militant and about everyone being Quakers, I'd say maybe, but... please do. Jacob nodded, again drifting off into thought for a moment before coming back with his words. As I said, I'm from Pennsylvania. During the height of the gold rush, with so many heading west, many Quakers thought it would be of benefit to follow. I was much younger then, much more eager to get on the trail and spread the ideals of the Friends. Although, I can't say my love of blabbing has waned much. He gave a charming and hoarse little laugh at his own jibe. The trail was very hard, but I learned much from the others in the caravans and towns and cities on the way. So much life and light. I arrived in this here town maybe more chipper than I had left, but it was not to be. His expression softened, drawing into himself, emotion failing to find its way into his face. I loathe to speak ill of my fellow man, but when I arrived, this was a godless place. The miners had little care for each other. Be it out of greed or desperation, they were consumed by their need for gold, even those who had had their fill. The whole town was tense and unpredictable. Arguments, even violence would erupt whenever something valuable turned up, a new vein, gold in the river. They'd do whatever they had to do to get what they wanted. The night I arrived, they told me of the so-called savages that used to reside here. Very little makes my blood boil, I'll tell you boys what. But the way the miners talked about those Indians, how happily they told me stories about the ways they drove them out. Unspeakable things. Things I dare not and would not want to repeat to anyone. I tried explaining the Friends' way, how even the savages, as they called them, had the light of God in them. How we were equally important in the presence of God's light. That the people we share this earth with were not our enemy. They had no care for my explanations. They had no care for the needs or lives of others than themselves. It made me wonder how Quakers' past had convinced people. The evils of slavery, of the importance of peace. Building bonds instead of destroying one another. I lost hope. I thought maybe things had changed so much, perhaps this was the people's limit. Tolerance of those who could get in their way was no longer an option. Or perhaps I was just a failure, unable to convince a single soul of giving a damn. Okay, so what I'm getting is the miners fucking sucked. The miners were terrible people. The old tortoise looked forlorn, brow furrowed, like he was reliving those memories so vividly that these were the faces, or same faces he wore. God, breeding helped. And then along came Sheriff. Oh, Sheriff. I was a little worried when Sheriff was first assigned to the town. That I'd just have another person to fight with. Someone with authority on the side of the miners. Instead, I found a kindred spirit. Someone who actually listened to me and agreed with me on many things. Very quickly, we became firm friends. Eventually, Sheriff got sick of the miners, decided enough was enough and shut down the town, forced the miners to move elsewhere. The entire time he'd been talking about Sheriff, his face was lively and lit up, his hands moving with his words. Always, are you in love with Sheriff? Oh, Jacob. You can tell me. Oh. It was a lot like how your pastor used to give sermons. Surely there was resistance to a whole mining town being packed up like that. If an owl were a pastry, what would they be? Hello, Kelvin, welcome on in. I was showing up here earlier. Okay, wait. What? Okay, what? Hoot? Hoot? Who? Owl? Who? Hoot? Who? Owl? You know what? You got me. What is it? Owl? Hoot? Why can't I think of any other words that would be with owl? Help. I don't know enough pastries either. Owly. Like, I feel like this is a joke. I feel like this is a setup for like a punchline. That's the only thing I can think of. Like, what do you get when you cross an owl with a bungee cord? My ass. There we go. I fucking love Kung Pao. God. That movie's so dumb. Of course. But Sheriff did what's right. That's the way Sheriff Soul is said. Trying to make an index of animal pastry matchups. Okay, I need to figure out, like, I know, like, chocolate eclair, maybe? Why would... You got like cheese pastries, you got like croissant, I feel like I don't know enough about pastries. Whole bread, like whole but bread. How? Oh, wait a minute. Would it be? Hold on. Would it be? Howla? 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 Like, you know, like challah? You know, like the braided bread, but like owl, like Howly bread. Of course. But Sheriff did what's right. That's the way Sheriff Solis said. I'd felt buried by the weight of this town's hate. Their convictions like stone walls I could not scale. I'll be grateful to God until the day I die that Sheriff came here. I was given so much hope when I'd lost it all. And you've been here ever since? And Jacob chuckled. Yes, we have. Only a handful of us stayed after the miners left, and it was hard to know whether this town would still stand. But we felt sure we could find more people who cared, as long as we worked together. More people like us. His words hung in the air, settling around you and Joseph as Jacob settled his gaze on you both. So, are those mines still around? A lot of mining towns die down because of the gold drying up. But if the miners just left, I guess there's still some here? Well, yes, I suppose. I can't say I've thought much about it in recent years. We don't encourage those looking for gold, I'm sure you understand. It's nothing but trouble. His warm gaze turned somewhat steely. You weren't sure how long it might go on for if Joseph didn't pipe up. Of course, Jacob. We're just a curious bunch. I thank you for talking with us strangers so long. His stern eyes disappeared in an instant, and he humbly waved away Joseph's thanks. No, the pleasure's all mine. It's been good to talk to new ears. If you'll excuse me now, I must get this place tidied up before today's meeting. Quaker meeting? Yes, indeed. You're both welcome to join us if you'd like. Thank you, Jacob, but I'm thinking we'll be off anyhow. You all stand, stretching and shaking off the stiffness from wings and tails and legs. Go well, and keep the light close to you. You both nod and leave through the same rattling door as before, catching one last glance at Jacob starting his chores before you close it. Okay, so everyone here is queer and nice, and we're probably going to live here together and get married, and Joseph stands with you for a moment in the porch of the town meeting hall, looking off into the town. What you thinking? Well, we know now that these folks ain't gonna put up much of a fight. Maybe some of them, but... Yeah, can we get some gay pride in chat? Look at these gay birds. And there's definitely gold here. Somewhere. Joseph had no real emotion playing across his face, but he was standing much more still than you had seen him before. Is this a clown? Clown pride. Get some clown pride in chat. Like he was trying not to breathe. Come on, we've got more people to talk to. He exhaled sharply, the feathers on his beak next to his nose holes fluttering. Yeah. You walked past the houses and people like before, but didn't feel like waving back. Alright, let's go share a room together. The dry desert air is warm in your lungs. Blazing afternoon sun bakes the ground beneath you as you walk near the edge of town again. Your throat feels tight, feet sore. Oh, I see. No big men for Valentine's? Don't worry. I'll be yours for this night. Thank you, Fiery. We dating crows? Yes, we are. Hello. Well, actually, I don't know what. I think it's a vulture. Actually, welcome in, Waffles. How you doing? Let's see. Yep, there you go. There's a gentle pounding of blood in your head accompanied by a familiar piercing ache. Wouldn't a vulture have a bald head? I think there are vultures that do and don't. Like, I think, isn't there like a specific, like, bald vulture or whatever? I don't know. You think I know birds? What about you makes you think I know birds? Everything seems hazier than it usually is. Thoughts are swimming. You're fine. Just keep walking. You almost bump into Joseph as you stop short, looking around again, searching for anything you might have missed. You look as well, but the sun seems too bright somehow. You look down at your feet to shield your eyes, staring at the tiny dunes of your footprints in the dust. Alright, so where to now? I think there's only one place of interest left. You heard what he said, but it didn't quite stick with you. Yeah, sure. Should we get going there then? Again, hearing, but nothing stays. Your thoughts feel like just caught fish wriggling from your hand. Alright then, let's go. Yeah, let's keep moving. Joseph starts walking away and you follow. You try to follow. Your feet move, but they don't land where you want, and you stumble a little. Joseph looks around at you as you stand there, staring at your feet again. Hey, what's the matter, partner? I feel a little dizzy. You doing alright? Didn't say anything. He places his hand on your shoulders and twists you to face him, looking down into your face. Yeah, you're looking a little sick there. Let's go sit down a spell. How it goes? It's going great. We're dating a big bird man. He is canonically big. He had to like duck down to walk into a door earlier. I love him. He started walking with a hand on your shoulder, guiding you over to a ledge with a shallow drop you could both sit on and hang your legs over. You felt better sitting down, more stable. You hear the rustle of Joseph unclipping something from the back of his belt, seeing him pull a round canteen between the two of you. When's the last time you had a real drink? Must be mighty thirsty if you're feeling that dizzy. Of course. How could you have forgotten? You'd been riding and walking all day, but hadn't had a drop of anything since you set out. Although you weren't sure what Joseph had brought with him. What's that look for? You think I got liquor in here? He chuckled a little and unscrewed the cap, letting you smell it a moment before taking a long gulp. Just water, see? Get it down you before you collapse on me or something. You sheepishly took the canteen from him and gave it a little wave in his direction as a cheers. You tilted to your dry mouth and take deep gulps for a few seconds, licking water drops hanging on the edge of your lips after. This makes me thirsty. I'm gonna drink some water. A bit warm for my liking. Can't beat cold water from a clean stream. But better than drying out like your mom was washing. You take another swig before handing it back to him. Thank you. Don't worry about it. Just pipe up next time. I almost hit the dirt just because you didn't say anything. Sorry, it was just... we have a job here. Didn't feel like I could waste time. Pushka? Pushka. Can't even make time to sit down and drink. You're unlike most I met. Who put a snake in your boots anyway? You gotta slow down a little. Maybe. I mean, what do you do to relax when you're off the job? Relax? Yeah, you know, relax. Unwind, take a load off. I know what you mean. The question just caught you off guard a little. You weren't sure how to answer. You'd never given it much thought. What do you do to relax? The gang is always busy with something. Traveling, hiding out, making trouble. Not a lot of time to not do anything. I guess I play cards sometimes. Mostly just solitaire. Respectable. Do you win much? Nope. Ain't about winning anyway. Just helps to pass the time. Yeah, I know what you mean. Me and the boys usually play some rounds of cards, sometimes betting. Although some of them are some real sore losers. Sometimes it's easier just to let them win and avoid the issue. I beat one of them at poker 5 times in a row, and I swear, the rest of the week he was giving me the eyes. Found my hat full of knife holes one morning too, but I think it was just to scare me. At least I hope it was. He gave out a loud guffaw, the real and unrestrained kind that made you doubt a second if the canteen really was just water. He had a nice laugh, you thought. Someone actually enjoying themselves. Maybe it was just nice to hear a laugh that wasn't done at you. You a gambling man? A flutter in your chest, the end of the ribs. Not really. Never had much to gamble in the first place. Always seemed like a waste. Now I can respect that restraint. Don't always have to be about money, mind you. When I was younger, me and Papa used to... He stopped for a moment, thinking and scratching his neck, his train of thought slowed by some forgotten memory. We used to play cards after dinner, and a lot of days when I came home, I'd bring pebbles from the river. I always liked how smooth and pretty they looked. All sorts of colors and shapes, all of them different. We kept them on the mantelpiece. When we played cards, we'd bet with him. He always won, but it was too much fun for me to ever be mad. I think he did let me win, though, when I was betting big and I was gonna lose one of the rocks I really liked. He always knew which ones were my favorite, and never wanted to see me cry. Can't think of any other reason he would have lost to me. Suppose I ought to thank him for teaching me. You weren't sure what to say, so you just gave him a soft smile. Family could be so complicated. You didn't want to say the wrong thing. Oh, you know what? He dug into a pocket and produced a tattered-looking packet in his hand that you recognized to be playing cards. How about some Vingt-en-un? Wait, what? Vingt-en-un? What is this? You played that before? And we can bet with, a kiss? He twisted around himself, looking for anything you could use as stand-in betting chips. You saw his eyes settle on a small pile of rocks for a moment, but instead noticed a stray feather, barely holding onto the back of his hand. Oh, fiery whelp! It's French? I've never heard of that one before. The French. He plucked it and placed it between you both, twisting how he sat to face you better. Give it what? Help! Yeah, you alright? Yeah, you all good? We can bet in this feather. We'll do a first to 5. You get it if you win. I'll keep it if I win. You swiveled yourself around to sit cross-legged and face him. I didn't know you were so desperate to gamble your... reading. Didn't know you were so Holy shit, help! Help me! Thank you for the pets, Kivy. Drink some wine. Didn't know you were so desperate to gamble you'd use your own body. Oh my, you use your own body, oh no. Hardy har. Just thought it'd be more interesting than rocks. Oh, well I thought you were a rock lover, Mr. Rock Collector. Take them on the open road, your own little rock circus. A regular Barnum.
I love refrigerators.
I love refrigerators. I love rocks. Joseph couldn't help but smile, even through his fake pounding at your teasing. I don't know if J.H. Barnum has quite the same ring to it, frankly. J.H.?
I love refrigerators.
Yeah, as in Joseph Harrier. My initials. Oh, of course. So, do you know how to play Vingt-en-un? No, I don't. Nope. Alright, rules are simple. I'm the dealer. I deal you 2 cards face up and deal myself 1 face up and 1 face down. Okay, I need to like... You know, sometimes I read things and I don't like get them like... I don't have a bedtime story. I can just say, you know, what if I just do? Tuck me in and read me a bedtime story. Like that. I don't have a story to read you. I don't. So if somebody gets me a story, I will read it to you. I will read you a bedtime story. Unless you want to read me a story. Read me a story, please. Okay, so I'm gonna deal. I deal 2 cards face up and deal 1 card face down. Wait, 10 push-ups. All right, fine. I'll do those, and then we'll learn how to play Vinkt un N. I don't remember. Fuck. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. All right. Okay, so I get 2 face up cards. He gets 1 face down. The idea is to get as high a number from your cards as you can without going over 21. Oh, so it's... Okay, we're playing blackjack. If you go over 21, it's a bust. Same goes for me. But you need to get a higher number than me to win. A draw is called a push. You can hit to get another card or stand to stick with what you have. You can hit as many times as you like as long as you're under 21. After you stand, I flip over my face down card and have to hit as long as it's under 17. If I go bust, or my number is lower than yours, you win. You get 21 exactly, then you don't hit or stand, and I can get a push in that case if I also get 21. Cards are worth what the number says. Base cards like King, Queen, Jack are 10. Where things can get a little confounding is that the ace is worth either 1 or 11. Ace is worth 11 in a hand unless it would be a bust, in which case it's just a 1. Ace can still be an 11 if it would let you win. It gets a little muddled during games sometimes, but I ain't trying to cheat you, so don't worry about it too much. Right, let's play. Like I said, first to 5 wins. Alright, so we've got 12. Hit. Alright, we're 15. He's got 6, so he could have like 16. I think I need to hit. Shit. Hit. No! Oh, I don't even, it doesn't even need to play out. I don't see what his card was. 15, Jesus Christ. Oh my god, yes. Eat it, Joseph. Alright, 7, 9, 14. Fuck. Thank you, Bratzo. I needed that. I'm ready. I'm ready to win. Give me a 10. Yes! 19. Fuck!
I imagine birdseed.
I'm gonna cry. Help me.
More or less every scene.
No, I want the feather. Give me the feather. Hit. Okay, 20. She's got 12. 16. Yes, he... Alright. 2 to 3. I've got a 17. I'm standing on that. Fuck, he's got the 19. Ooh, okay. Fuck, oh my god. If he wins one more... Oh, I've got 15. I'm gonna cry. No, 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 not like this. No. Oh, help me. I won't take the feather. I'll take the... Wait, the rest of the feathers? Except for everyone but the one? Is that what you mean? Pluck and bald? If I can't... If I... it has to be 6 or less. And the odds of that are not very likely. But he probably has 17 right now. I hate gambling. I hate blackjack. I'm not lucky. I spent so much time playing Like a Dragon Gaiden and doing blackjack and that and losing all of my money. Fucking hit me. No! Are you shitting me? I can't no. Sorry, bucko. House always wins, eh? Oh well. It's still a game of luck, end of the day. Well played, sir. He picked up the feather, but to your surprise, held it out to you. Aww. Here, take it. But you won? Well, I don't have much use for a stray feather, do I? Got plenty of them anyways. You keep it. You took the feather in your hand, twisting the smooth quill back and forth a couple of times between your thumb and forefinger. It was thin and tapered and the color of coffee. Thick, uneven stripes of cream white ran all along it from the middle. Thank you, Joseph. Don't mention it. You pocketed the feather carefully. We should probably, get back to it. As long as you're happy to, you can stand ready. Or stand steady that I'm ready to help. This guy, wait. If this guy's a vulture, are you a fox? This game is, called Lookouts. It's on itch.io. You can play it play it right in your browser too. But, yeah, I guess I don't know what I am. I think I'm some kind of I'm like a fox or something, or cause I'm a canid? Or a coyote, maybe? I don't know. I was part of some gang, I forget what kind of gang it was in the beginning. You swung yourself onto your knees and stood up with a sprightly jump. Alrighty. Let's get a wiggle on. Yes, sir. Let's check out the saloon. I reckon if anyone knows anything about these rumors, it'll be in there. Alrighty then. It's about being gay. It's about being gay and maybe not doing a crime? I don't know. Walking through the doors of the saloon, you're hit with the very familiar smell of tobacco and alcohol hanging in the air. A couple patrons drink and talk quietly in the corner, not taking any notice of you two. You see a dozen or so tables, and looking up there's a second floor with the room sheriff mentioned. Howdy there! Your attention's grabbed by an excitable and friendly voice coming from a short bird standing behind the bar, who is now grabbing a couple glasses. My name's Bartholomew. What can I get you fellas? He started wiping the glasses expectantly, glancing between the both of you, as he walked a few steps from the doors to stand at the bar. I'll get a beer. Alright. And you? I'll, have what he's having. Yep, coming right up. He set the mugs down and disappeared through a door behind the bar into a back room. I don't have any money on me, Joseph. Don't worry about that. It's on me. He pat you on the back with a big wing a couple times, but withdrew his hand when he saw you wince a little. Oh, sorry. Was that too hard? No, you're fine. You hadn't winced from pain. You just weren't used to someone touching you, like that at least. Friendly-like. Bartholomew reappeared with 2 glass bottles, tipping them into the mugs with satisfying glugs before taking a couple coins from Joseph. Thank you kindly. You both take a sip. Joseph seems to enjoy it, but you find it a bit more bitter. You try not to pull a face. Not like it? You smile weakly. Not my thing. Noted. He winks at you and you feel your cheeks redden a little. Oh my, oh Joseph. You both keep drinking while the bartender busies himself behind the bar. The saloon is quiet. A piano sits gathering dust in the corner, seemingly untouched for many moons. Wind whistles through a gap in the saloon doors, carrying the sound of desert insects. Slow day, huh? You look up from your drink and see he's looking at the bartender, who doesn't seem to have taken any notice. He glances at you both and realizes rather sheepishly who's being talked to. Well, beg your pardon. So day? Nah, this is about the usual. Gets a lot more lively in the evenings when the sun goes down. Everyone comes here to take a load off. So, you know everyone here pretty well, then? Well, of course. Not exactly a big town. We're a pretty tight-knit lot here. Why is that? This is a mining town, right? These places usually explode with people. Oh, well, I can't say I know much. He looks oddly unsettled by your question. How long you lived here for? He perks up again from whatever you said that troubled him, the brightness returning to his voice. Oh, well, I'd say somewhere close to 8 years. It's a darn long time. Yeah, I suppose it is. What made you stay? Never mind staying. How'd you even find this place? I've never even heard it till we stumbled past. Bartholomew's cheery smile dropped a little, morphing into something a little more wistful. Like the face of someone looking at an old, now bittersweet photograph. You boys ask a lot of questions, don't you? You and Joseph look at each other for a moment, expecting the other to say something, but nothing comes out. Yeah, I don't mind. To give it a fair shake, this town ain't the most exciting. It's nice to talk to some new ears that ain't tired of my squawking already. He gives a little half-hearted chuckle. I do really love the art of this game. It looks really nice. Well, I found this place because I heard round about there being gold. Like a lot of folks, I was fixing to get my fill. You and Joseph both lean in a little at the mention of gold. My fiancé was running away from home, and I was going with him. We thought we'd go out west and make our fortune. Looking back on it, I get why so many called us foolish. I might have been one of them if it weren't the other way around. But we had our hearts set on it. We followed the road by wagon, and it was damn tough. Hellish even. Thank our lucky stars we made it here to clemency on a wing and a prayer. That was when we really felt like we were foolish. When we got here talking about gold, we almost got ran out of town. I don't know the details, but there was a lot of trouble here when miners ran this place. No one's been digging for decades now, but word hadn't traveled far enough, it seems, to let us know at the time. At first, sheriffs told us to leave. Didn't want no more of our kind causing trouble. But when sheriffs saw how stuck we were, how we had nowhere else to go, how rough the journey had been on us, sheriff's nothing if not kind. Could see we weren't troublemakers, just wanted a better life somewhere. He shrugged like there was nothing more to it. With the town's help, he gussied up this here saloon into something I could run, and the rest is history. Well, where's your fiancé? Hello? I'm glad y'all found something here. Yeah, I can say that for sure. Clemency may be small, but it's something real special if you ask me. So, there's no gold here. Bartholomew leaned back against the shelves behind him, crossing his arms. Not as far as I know. The mines are around here somewhere, but I've never seen them. This hasn't been a mining town for a long time, and folks here don't think of it as one. You'd do well to keep that in mind. He tapped the side of his beak as if to say, if you catch my drift. Even so, I would be interested in the history of the town. I'm afraid that well runs dry here, but there's others who've been here far longer than I have. You can always talk to Sheriff if you haven't yet. Sheriff made this place what it is today. Want to know something? That's the lizard to talk to. Thank you, Bartholomew. And no problem, it's my pleasure. Bartholomew stood up from his lean and stretched his back out and arms a little. Slinging his cloth over his shoulder, he picked up a small clinking and rattling box before walking through to the back room. Daylight's burning. I think we best get going. Agreed. He stood at the bar and waited a moment while Joseph downed his beer, and then yours too. I hope you can hold that. Oh, please. How little you must think of me. Only a couple beers. You should have seen me at the Long Branch in Dodge. Drank the entire gang under the table. You can't help but smile at his cockiness, unsure whether to believe him. You briefly think back on the times the gang had gone to bars. You were always told to stay outside, don't wander off. A dog on a leash waiting for master to come back. Staring into lamplit streets and hearing the braying crowds all around you. Drunken strangers enjoying each other's company as much as their liquor. At first they told you it was dangerous for you to stray too far. Then they started telling you to stay outside after you'd beaten the teeth out of a guy in an alley who you knew had been staring at you. Couldn't have you causing them needless trouble. Off so soon? Bartholomew re-emerged into the bar, looking expectantly. Well, don't be a stranger, strangers. You're welcome to come back later when the bar is more lively. My husband would love to meet you both. The casual lilt of his words caught you off guard, and you think you see Joseph stumble a little. This gay town, gay town, gay town. Failing to get any words out, he just tips his hat, and you both leave the saloon, slipping back into the dust and dry desert heat. Walking back to the edge of town on the other side of the sign you now knew read the clemency, blah blah blah. You both sit on the edge of the little hillside slope, kicking dust up on yourselves as you settle on the rocky crevices. I think that's all the useful places of interest here. Unless we want to go knocking on folks' doors asking for gold. I think we've disturbed this lot enough for a day. Your resting hand becomes restless as it brushes against some dry desert grass, entwining it between your fingers, slowly pulling it from its roots. So, what did we actually figure out? Everyone here is kind and mostly defenseless. Oh. I think pacifist is the word. You tug more grass up into your hand. They can maybe fight off some bandits, but no officers are gonna come help. They ain't gonna do much good against the whole gang. And there is gold here, somewhere, in some forgotten mines no one's seen for decades. Well, it's gotta be around here. This is a mining town for Pete's sake. How far could it be? You shrug. Sheriff said the town was moved. The mines could be anywhere now. Maybe it really was just rumors. Maybe there's not really anything to find here. I think you know as well as I do that these folks were antsy. Friendly as well, but gold gets their hackles up. Someone has to know where the mines are. You knew he was right. You know how to read people well enough. Joseph stood up, gazing out across the landscape of the town and beyond, searching toward the horizon. Gonna use a special eyes of yours, bird brain? More use than you chasing your tail, mutt. He looked at you for a moment with a smirk, and you smirked back. You rolled the grass in your hand between your fingers, squashing the reeds of it together, dropping seeds in the sand. I can't see nothing. Goddamn sun in my eyes ain't helping neither. I don't know if Bartholomew would help out. He was maybe the most friendly one of the bunch. Sheriff didn't even talk about the gold. Because Sheriff knows how to keep the town safe. You look up at Joseph, his puzzled face squinting in the sun looking down at you. Looking back out into the desert, the sun sits between two rocky outcroppings in the distance, a light bulb plucked from the sky by unmoving fingers. It'll start getting dark soon. When were light bulbs invented? Were there light bulbs in the Old West? I actually don't know. The sheriff knows where the mines are. Bartholomew said he never saw them, and Jacob was never a miner. He had no reason to go to the mines. What, so he never saw them? That don't make sense. I'm not saying that. I'm saying even if he did see them back then, he wouldn't remember where they were now. I keep clicking off the game on accident. The sheriff still knows where they are because they're the biggest danger to the town. I'd wager Sheriff even checks up on them every so often to make sure it's undisturbed. Huh. I guess that checks out. We don't have the time for a stakeout, though. You balled your hand into a fist, the grass yielding and turning to dust. We don't need to know where they are anyway. We got all we need. Knowing where the mines are would just be a penny in the head. We should think about our next move. You ignored the tiny knot in your stomach as you thought about what to do next. You should just leave, but... there's nothing else to do here. We should just think about resting. Getting dark soon. I think we could stay at the saloon. Sheriff did offer. Electrostep was right there on the end of it. Okay, so we're like late Old West. New Old West, rather. You sure you want to stay here for a night? That seems like the least we can do. Before we leave. Oh, we're gonna share a room together. Let's do it. Unless camping outside has some mighty appeal to you. Joseph flashed a wry smile. Alright, let's go have a look first. No point bringing the horses down if I can't afford the rooms. Standing up, you feel the dust fly between your fingers with the winds blowing east, and follow Joseph a few paces behind. You walk toward the saloon again, looking forward to having somewhere to rest. You don't remember the last time you actually stayed in a room somewhere. It was always a tent or just in your bedroll lying beneath the stars. You see Sheriff and Bartholomew standing on the porch of the saloon talking intently. Can't pick up any clear words in the wind. Sheriff notices you both as you approach, patting Bartholomew on the back as he takes his leave back inside. Sheriff leaves the shade of the saloon's overhang, walking with purpose towards you both. The blue of the sky was starting to fade into oranges, pinks on the edges of the sparse and tiny clouds overhead. You both slow to a stop as Sheriff approaches you quickly. The face approaching you was different from before, and you see Joseph's face fall a little. Sheriff came to a stop in front of you both, twisting the cane in the dirt a little. The old and frail figure standing in front of you was shaking a tad. You could hear slow and deliberate breaths from the chest. The usual confidence and bluster off of Joseph dissipated under this new glare of Sheriff's. The new and sharp eyes unlike those you'd seen when you arrived. There was a tiredness in them, a fierce tiredness, beneath which was a wild look you'd only seen in the eyes of the newly grieving. Gripping the cane, scaled knuckles turning white, Sheriff spoke in a low and calm voice. Yeah, I should have known. I thought maybe I was wrong this time. Y'all seem so... I don't know. Like you should be here. Even so, I knew there was something off with what you were asking. Is everything alright, Sheriff? We were just going to see if we could stay at the saloon. Oh, Sheriff slammed the cane out of the dirt with such force you feared it might crack the earth beneath. You know damn well things are not alright. I had a little chat with my friends around town, talking about the newcomers, what they'd been asking about. Just passing through town, give me a break. I should have known it was too good to be true. I know when I see the gold fever in them eyes. We're not here to cause trouble, Sheriff. We'll be on our way tomorrow morning. Really now? Well. Sheriff reached a free hand behind and pulled an old revolver to point at you. I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna say it once. I made a promise to protect this town, and the people who live here, that I would do what was right by them. So both of you are gonna turn tail and leave, right now, and never come back. Oh, thank you for the hydrate. Oh, I needed so much reading. And if I ever see either of you heading this way again, I will shoot you dead before nary fur or feather crosses that town line. You stood still next to Joseph, a small fear of walking taking hold as you feel like the wind might knock you off your feet. Understood, Sheriff. Joseph started walking away, not stopping for you even as you stood there a moment longer just to say one word. Sorry. You knew that didn't make up for it, but it was all you could muster from your tight throat. You turned quickly and walked away after Joseph with your head down, staring at your feet as they rhythmically sped one after another through the dust tracks of a town you couldn't come back to. Oh, goodbye, K-Town. The climb back out of the valley was quiet, The wind was the only noise to reach your ears, no words coming to pass between you and Joseph. Only the occasional meeting of the eyes when he looked to make sure you hadn't fallen behind. Those eyes, that face you'd grown accustomed so quickly to having at least the hint of a smile resting, was devoid of much emotion at all. He wasn't thinking about it, you felt, but to not think about it meant to not think at all. And so he didn't, his limbs carrying him up the path, but no one was home. You understood, of course. As much as you'd like to not think about it either, you couldn't ignore the small dread in your chest. Like it was in the cavities of your insides, seeping around in between your organs, a creeping tar. Not a suffocating tar, just making you feel heavy, dense. If you stopped walking now, you didn't know if you'd start again. The sun was starting to dip into the horizon when you reached your original meeting spot at the top of the cliff. Both your horses were lying in the long shadows of some rocky mounds, your own shadow stretching across the sand as you go to tend to them. You both hauled your bedrolls off and started to unpack them, giving the horses some water and sorting through your belongings. Still without a word, a camp for the night quickly formed between you as you worked. Joseph had brought a thin metal stand with him to hang the cooking pot over, and gently tossed you his book of matches as he erected it. You struck the match in a familiar fashion, placing it in the middle of the dried assortment, blowing gently to encourage the shy flame. Lifting your head back up from the building fire, Joseph was having a little issue getting his stand to, well, stand. His face was still the same neutral, empty face from before, and you noticed a little catch on a joint that hadn't flipped properly. You brought your hand up to flick it out the way. Either the lurch of the stand falling into place or the momentary touch of your hand against his seemed to jolt Joseph out of his listless state. Thank you. A smile, just a small one, a weary and wary one, had returned to his face. You were glad to see it again. It was enough to make your chest a little lighter, the tar receding just a touch. With the fire lit, a modest plume of smoke started billowing into the sky and scattering in the fading sunlight. Joseph got up momentarily to rummage in one of his saddlebags, coming back with a tin and some bundled cloth. I've got some, beans, some salted pork, too. Not sure what you've got with you. Oh, right, yeah. Hold on. You had plenty of water still. And if he was propping up to the bulk of the meal, you had some molasses to add, too. You brought them both over and let Joseph, sitting on his bedroll he'd lay out now, take the reins. It wasn't really a two-person job. With the beans gently cooking away now in the pot, he sat there, lazily stirring it with a spoon. You grabbed your bedroll and laid it out on the opposite side of the fire, squatting and dropping onto it with a thud, tucking your legs towards you. What does molasses taste like even, anyways? I've never, had just molasses. I remember when Over the Garden Wall came out, because there's that song, Potatoes and Molasses, that they sing in that one episode. That, somebody on Tumblr going I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna try potatoes and molasses. And then they were just like, it's bad. It's bad, don't do it. I only imagine something just, bitter and unflavored. When I imagine it. I don't know. You grabbed your bedroll and laid it out on the opposite side of the fire, squatting and dropping onto it with a thud, tucking your legs towards you. The thing that, brown sugar is just, sugar with molasses in it, so I guess, I don't know. What is it about molasses that makes sugar brown sugar? What does that taste? I guess that's molasses. Resting your head on your knees, holding them in your arms. Oh, look at them. These gay little cowboys. I guess they're not cowboys, they're bandits, really, but... The two of you sat like this for a short while, watching the pot steaming away, the orange flames licking the underside of the well-used metal. You found yourself thinking about what happened in Clemency without even realizing. The pang you felt in your stomach when Sheriff knew why you were there. The sharp chill that shot from your neck to your tail when the gun was pulled on you. You weren't scared of being shot. That wasn't it. That wasn't what set your palm into a cold sweat. It was something else. Something about having to leave that town. Sorry for letting you do so much of the talking today. I'm more of the quiet type. Sure you figured that out already. He flashed you a weak but genuine smile. Not like I did us much good. It wasn't your fault, Joseph. Sheriff was paranoid, and we were bound to be rumbled eventually. Rumbled. Besides, it doesn't really seem like there's any gold here. Unless we feel like setting up a new mining operation. Yep. I'm sure Black Vulture will love to hear that. Wasn't my fault, I'll say. He sighed, a sharp, exasperated exhale through his nose holes, one knee of his crossed legs fidgeting and bouncing as he stirred the pot. You were a little taken aback that he seemed to be mocking what you said. Maybe it just wasn't what he wanted to hear right now. Still, you understood his frustration. What would your bosses think? If we told them what this place was like? Would they even believe us? Sorry. You were snapped from your thoughts by his apology. A slightly guilty look on his face, knowing he must have seen that he hurt your feelings a little. You're right. It's not my fault exactly, but... Hell, this is a mess, Jame. His fidgeting was spreading, playing across the feathered fingers of his wings, his face, his eyes, his knees again. Like a ragtime tune was playing all across the inside of his body. What's he like? Black Vulture. He's, His breathing was ragged, too. You got onto your knees and reached your hand onto his that was stirring the spoon even now, a gentle but firm grasp, stopping his motions. Your eyes met over the cooking pot. He looked like he was seeing you again for the first time in a long time. The shaking in his hand came to rest and relaxed its vice grip on the long spoon as you held each other's gaze. Kiss, 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 do it! Let go. I'm here. It's all right. He nodded a few times, taking his hand away and resting on his haunches, stretching his legs out. A few moments passed as Joseph regained his calm, laid-back demeanor. One leg still bounced a little, a quick rhythm, tapping a dance-hall tune. The sun was almost gone now, the last dregs of its light in the desert turning everything in the distance a single dusty red. You could see the stars now as you looked to the sky, the light continuing to fade. More and more points of light dotting their way to the east. You turned your eyes away from the sky when you heard the sound of a penknife flicking open. Oh, don't mind me none. Just doing a little preening. He started taking the knife gently to his wing, very gently. He seemed to be scraping away older feathers, while also opening up new pin feathers scattered across the wing, in motions almost like shaving. Forgive me if I'm talking out of line, but why don't you use your beak for that? Oh, well, Mom always told us you don't use your beak for things around anyone other than family or lovers. It ain't polite. He seemed a little sheepish admitting it, like it was an uncommon quirk of his family. You asked about Black Vulture, yeah? Don't you know the stories already? Yeah, but those are just stories. I know what it's like riding with someone with a few tall tales trailing behind them. Joseph snorted a little, still making his way across the wing with a small knife. Yep, that sounds about right. Pretty sure some of the more flattering ones I've heard were left behind by the Vulture himself. You settled on the side of your legs a little, getting more comfortable as you kept stirring the ever-cooking pot. Where to begin with the man himself? Jeez. He's a real piece of work, that one. I can tell you that much for sure. He's a city slicker that considers himself a cowboy, even though he hates getting his boots dirty. Acts all gentlemanlike and such. A real flannel mouth. He'd charm the pants off you if you had something you wanted. Then when he's got what he wants, he jabbed the knife towards you pointedly. He'd stick you in the back and twist it hard to hear you cry. He turned the knife back to preening. He's a terrible shot, too. There are some stories that he could shoot the cap off a bottle without spilling it from 50 paces. But he ain't the sharpshooter, never. He's almost as bad a shot as me. Got someone else for that. See, that's how you run in his posse. You make yourself indispensable. He tapped his knife on the ground through the word to make his point. His gang is on the smaller side, but they're plenty loyal. They need to be. There can't be anyone else. Small Real, hello, welcome on in. You're free for the meeting. Oh, thank God. I'm glad you survived. Welcome on in. We're here being gay with a bird. You're loyal then? I'm the eyes. I'm useful. I get on good with a lot of them. Black Vulture keeps me around. Win-win. You understood what he was saying, what he meant, what he really wanted to say. You understood how it felt to be under that kind of looming shadow. I don't get your substance, and damn it. You'll die next time, it's fine. I'll get it later. No one for miles around, but don't say anything, just in case. You'd seen what happens to other people. You both had, for sure. Joseph was as far from a greenhorn as could be. He swapped hands and started the knife in his other wing now. So, what about Curly Wolf? You said there were plenty of tall tales about him. Split fair with me. You didn't look at him when he asked you. You kept looking at the pot, peeking over to check the beans. This looks about done to me. Joseph stared at you for a moment when you didn't meet his eyes, and then closed up his knife, kneeling over to look with an approving whistle. Yeah, looks it to me. You laughed a little as his stomach gave a hearty growl, fetching the bowls and holding them while Joseph served you both a big, slopping portion. Night had come now, and you both gathered a little closer around the fire and moved the pot stand to one side. You could see him easier now with it out of the way. With the pot lifted, the fire rose, dancing in the wind, sometimes hazing your view. The blur flitting in and out as you glanced eyes while you ate. A romantic bean talk, yes. God, I wish a man would do this with me. Believe it or not, but I ain't the cookie back at camp. Someone else got that privilege. He was clearly joking, but the beans were some of the better you'd had. I never would have guessed. I don't cook that often, but I make some mean donuts from time to time. Oh, you do now? You'll have to try then. I hope so. It was so selfish to ignore his question. Say nothing about Curly Wolf. So rude of you. You weren't raised like this. You couldn't, though. Never. Or more like you didn't know what to say. How many years had it been now? Sorry. I should have said something when you asked about my boss. I get it. No, I mean, of course you do, but it's also that... When I said I was the quiet type, it's more than that. If I'm shooting straight with you, I don't remember the last time I heard my own voice before today. At the camp, I might say yeah or no, but I don't really talk. And when I'm away on a lookout, there's just no one to talk to. I don't want to talk to myself and just be reminded that I'm alone. I've never talked about him. I wouldn't. Joseph looked straight at you. Even into you, it almost felt like. You could see the fire between you and his eyes. Flames fluttering across the irises. The intensity of his look gave way to something like relief. No, don't worry about being a quiet one. I think it's part of your charm. There are lots of wannabe tough guys who want to act like you with no sweat. That strong, silent act. Besides, guys back home are always telling me to shut up. Not that I give them the satisfaction. I can tell you that being quiet doesn't change things. Same horse shit regardless of whether you make a fuss. You sighed, a long sigh. What words could you even use for a man like him? Curly Wolf is... a bad egg. I think sometimes he was born like that. I know he can't have been. I don't know what godforsaken things happened to him to turn him into what he is. Lazy Stinky points, he hands you a mirror. You're Stinky. He's probably the meanest, roughest bastard you'll ever have the misfortune of meeting. anyone you can think of that you wouldn't want to run into. He's worse than that. I don't know about Black Vulture, but the stories Curly Wolf leaves behind, I don't think they even match up to how dangerous he is. I've seen him gun down traitors riding away on horseback 200 paces away. It's easy to get his dander up. He's the last person you'd ever want to do that to. He'd make sure of that. Not the brightest you'd ever meet, but his instincts are keen. He's never made an empty threat, and he'll happily get his hands dirty to make good on them. Shit. Black Vulture said before he'd be willing to pick a fight with Curly Wolf, but they've never met. Now I'm wondering if he has any idea what that would get him into. He ain't stupid, but he's definitely too cocky for his own good. Oh, eat your bowl before it gets cold. Nothing worse than cold food. You did as he said, mulling over what you'd talked about while you ate. The pleading tummy. Wait, hold on, wait. Oh, I guess the paw wouldn't work. It's not like downward facing. I thought you were gonna add like feet to the bottom of it too. Joseph had a head start on you, but even so, his eating was voracious, and he finished before you were even halfway through yours. He sat back from his hunch over the bowl, wiping his beak on his arm. Up there is the ass, He looked around some, into the fire, out into the darkness of the desert, at you. You could tell he didn't want to stare, but his eyes took you in anyway. His eyes took you in anyway with long glasses. He coughed, clearing his throat to stall for the words he was thinking of. Say, Jame, I wanted to ask. He grabbed his knife again, taking to his wing once more, looking away as he asked a common question. Your arm. I hope you don't think me cruel for asking, but what happened? Did he do that to you? You were pretty used to questions about it, but you appreciated the genuine warmth behind his words at least. This old thing. Yeah, it wasn't pretty. It was a practical joke of sorts, if you'd call it that, by some of the guys during a camp. Took my bandana and shoved it in the mouth of one of the horses. Egged me on night to get it back. Reach my hand in, and of course, Hoss gets all antsy and bites down, starts thrashing trying to get away. I don't remember much after that. Blacked out from the pain. Next thing I know, I'm being hauled to some doctor. Told me they had to amputate for it. Putrefied? Putrefied. I haven't seen that word in a while. Is this like... What is this like pawing at the ass? Lazy? Don't get deserted in the desert before you have dessert, or you may have to desert your quest. Noted. See, that's how I always know, like, you know, because there's two S's in dessert, and there's only one S in desert, because you always want more dessert. That's the mnemonic I use. I will never get it spelled wrong. Joseph had stopped preening at this point, looking at you with some real watery eyes and a soft expression on his brow of both anger and horror. I'm pawing your belly now. What's for dessert? Sand. I got the bandana back, so, you know, win some, lose some. I'm sorry. Nothing to be sorry for. A long time ago. You just live with it. Full and finished, you set aside your bowl, taking another appraisal of your surroundings, looking up to the sky and its carpet of stars. It was quickly starting to get cold, so you got up and went to your horses, fishing some blankets out for them. Oh, man, it was so cold. Oh, we need to huddle together for warmth. For warmth, purely for warmth. Looking inside the bag, you couldn't find your usual extra blanket for yourself. Shit, must have forgotten to take it before you left. You spied your binoculars in there. You took them and walked to the edge of the cliff again. You were about to put them up to your eyes when you realized you didn't need them to see what was happening in Clemency. The whole town was dark, except for the bright lights prominently shining from the saloon. You saw the shallow silhouettes of people dancing play out across the street in front, If you listen very closely, music. It seems like they're having a rip-roaring time. Yeah. I wonder if they would do it tonight. Like Bartholomew mentioned. Why wouldn't they? What have they got to be worried about? His voice was a little cold, blunt. Ice cubes in a drink bumping your teeth as you sip. You know, out of all the towns I've been kicked out of and run out of, this is the only one I'd want to come back to. This place ain't for us. We're trouble, Jame. We're no good for these folks. Tomorrow we'll be gone. We'll tell our bosses we didn't find anything. And if we're lucky, they'll just go on their way. Maybe in another life we could have gone back there. It would have been nice. But this is our life. Our only one. It is what it is. We move on. And that's how we live. You could feel the wind blowing behind you, ruffling your trousers, whistling past your ears as it seemed to push you towards the edge of the cliff. Yeah, I guess it is. The wind kept howling, picking up and dying down, whistling off of the valley and kicking up clouds of dust around the buildings down below. Curly Wolf is going to ransack this place, even if they don't have anything. And what do you want me to do about it, huh? Jame? It's not my problem. You feel now the desert night on you. Your fingers, the tips of your ears, starting to feel the tenderness of the cold and the wind. You were shivering. You shouldn't have talked back to him. You knew how that always went. It never ended well. You just made him feel worse, like it was his fault. Why should he have to listen to your stupid concerns? It was your shit to figure out. He owes you nothing. You just met. You don't know each other. If it weren't for convenience, you would have shot each other hours ago. You heard the sound of shuffling behind you as you got up. He started walking toward you. Here it came as you knew it would. You tense up as he approaches, closing the distance, expecting the due anger. Closing your eyes when you feel him at your back, ready for the blow that's coming. You flinch when you feel a weight around your shoulders. A squeeze of them too that you expect to hurt, but is so tender it couldn't possibly. Opening your eyes, you see a thick blanket draped around you down to your knees. You looked cold. Don't want to get consumption just standing there, you know. You know how cold the desert gets. You drop the binoculars gingerly by its strap to the floor, now clasping the edges of the blanket with your hand tighter around you. You could feel how cold your fingers were just below your chin, almost numb. How long had you been standing there for? I'm dreadful sorry. You got nothing to be sorry for. You and he sat down by the fire, Joseph giving it a 1,000-yard stare. Thank you. Nothing to it. Get warm. You pull the blanket tighter again, the desert chills still sweeping underneath. Are you not cold? I've been around the fire all night, haven't I? I'm fine. He's lying. You can see his feathers twitch and shiver, but he's trying hard to hide it. You wonder the truth of what he said too, that we just had to move on. Standing up at the blanket, you walk around the fire, standing over him a moment as he looks up toward you with wide eyes. You sweep the blanket around him and sit down, shoulder to shoulder. Yes, yes, here we go! You were right. He's definitely cold. But a lot warmer than you'd imagined. Oh, yay. These bitches gay!
God. These bitches gay. Good for them. Good for them. My fucking God.
Yes, these bitches gay!
These bitches gay. Good for them. Fucking God.
Oh god, oh these bitches gay! Oh these bitches gay!
Good for them. Good for them.
Oh my fucking god! Good for them.
My fucking god.
Thank you all. Thank you all for appreciating these gay bitches.
Good for them.
That's not a gay bitch.
Good for them.
I love refrigerators.
I love refrigerators. Keep me warm. She keeps me warm. I told you I'm fine. Don't give me that blow, tough guy. No, you're not. He looks like he's going to say something, but just shuts his beak. He suddenly seems a lot warmer. I'm sorry. I didn't mean what I said. I know. That wasn't the fella I've been around all day. I'm just... scared? He nods softly. Has to be almost unnoticeable. Yeah. More scared than I've ever been. Together you huddle, bringing the blanket tighter and tighter, moving closer to each other. He smells like the desert, dusty and sweaty. Why is this so warm? Why do you feel like this? Not warm like you're around a fire, but like there's a fire inside you. Warm coals shifting around inside and embers spitting in your throat. Have you ever felt like this before? Joseph,
My fucking god.
my fucking god.
This bitch is gay. Good for them. Good for them.
He looks at you. Your face is so close together.
Hi, doggy.
Amanda Churio? Thank you for the follow, welcome on in. You lean your head into his shoulder, staring into the wild dance of the fire. I haven't met someone like me before. Or someone like you. You're extremely kind. Even to a stranger like me. I wish I could know you more than these few hours. I know I have to ride back in the morning, but of all the hopes I've hoped, the strongest that I could just stay here. That the sun would never rise. I don't want to go back. You stay clinging to him. After a few moments, he pulls you tighter. I have to say, I feel the same way. I can see in you someone who's faced so many hardships. Someone who deserves better. Who's worked harder than any of the lumpsuckers back where you've come from. A couple of queer fish in a barrel, I'd say. Lord knows how we found each other. The sun will come up again, and we'll have to go our separate ways. We don't have another choice. I just wish it wasn't so. I wish... You lift your head to look at him, but he just gives you a look and turns back to the fire. What are you thinking? He sighs wearily, like he's been asked to carry the whole world on his back. It's a flight of fancy, that's all. It's not realistic. You look at him curiously, catching his eyes. He looks at you, almost for approval, or he thinks about what he wants to say. I wish we could run away. That's it. The two of us, far away from everyone and everything. Right east, we know no one's chasing us. That sounds nice. You both cuddle for a while longer, sitting close and resting your heads together. The thoughts of running away tick over in your mind. Is that what you want? As if he could read your mind, Joseph asked. What do you want to do? You thought more. No one ever really asked you that, and even so, you knew what you wanted to say. I'm tired of running, Joseph. I want to fight. I want to kill Curly Wolf. Oh, clicked away from the like sudden drop of music was very startling. Really? It's the only way I can think to be free of him. You know as well as I do, you don't get to just up and leave. Don't get me wrong. I'd love to be free of Black Vulture too, but do you think that's something you could do? Kill him? I can't do it alone. Our gangs, Joseph, they're going to destroy this town. And after, if we ran away, we'd never be safe. We'd be looking over our shoulders the rest of our lives. I don't want to run away from things anymore. I want to run towards a better life. With you. Joseph's eyes were sympathetic, but his expression was of discomfort. I think you're right. And I do want to help you, but I'm useless in a fight. I can't shoot straight. I don't want to die, Jame. I wouldn't let that happen. I'll keep you safe. We can keep each other safe. We haven't been living our lives, Joseph, just surviving. Something better than that is worth dying for, I think. A fight feels inevitable. We should face it. You're really that desperate to get out? You nod, head held against his shoulder. He sighs that same sigh again, long and heavy, almost theatrical but weren't with the stakes laid out before you both. I think you're right. A chance like this won't come again. I might even be tempted to call it fate. We should talk to Sheriff again, I think. Somehow, if we can. He yawns. I don't know what we're gonna do, but we ain't gonna figure it out when we're bone tired. We should get some sleep. Come morning, we'll talk more. Figure something out, and then... hope on a kiss and a prayer we make it out alive? He chuckles. Ain't that the story of our lives? This will be the last time we have to fight like that. I swear it. You both fall asleep against each other, dreaming of that promise. Praying for a better tomorrow, and willing to fight for it. Aww. No kiss. Not yet. Later. They have to kiss. Come on. It wasn't the red morning sun, now risen just above the horizon, that had woken you. Nor was it the gentle slumbering breath of Joseph against your neck, doing its best to lull you back to sleep. What woke you wasn't even the familiar crick at the base of your tail from slipping on the bedroll, a stiffness you couldn't wait to stretch out. It was your thoughts. All the thoughts in your mind, like so many wild horses running, of what may come next. What you both had to do. The nights spent on a lookout were better than the sleepless nights back at camp, but you still dreaded the dawn that came after. At least you had Joseph this time. At least you had him for what was to come, you hoped. You could feel one big wing of his wrapped around your stomach, shifting as you started to wake too now. As much as you wanted to keep lying there with him for just a few more minutes, you knew you had to get up. Coffee wouldn't brew itself. You peeled back the blanket as little as you could to let yourself escape, gingerly untucking Joseph's fingers from your side. Sliding off the bedroll and through the dirt, you let Joseph's arm down gently. Crouching low on your knees, you gave his hand a gentle squeeze, feeling the soft, dry, dusty feathers beneath your fingertips. Holding this moment in your head, that it might stay there. You stood up, dusting yourself off everywhere you could. Time to get ready. Even with Joseph here, your morning routine was mostly the same. Just doubled, you supposed. Feed and water the horses, both of them. Make a pot of coffee, double the amounts though. Let it brew for a little longer too, on the same fire you used from last night together. You kept thinking while the coffee boiled. There were many things you didn't have time to think about yet. Even so, unimportant thoughts still arose. An unimportant thought that kept bubbling up was how nice it was to not have the usual knot in your stomach. The tightness that twisted every time at camp when you had to get food or a drink, to use the same tools in the same space as the others. It was nice not to have to worry right now. You thought about sharing this. Joseph wouldn't complain about having to get coffee from the same pot as you. He wouldn't get angry that you were handling his stuff. Could it have always been this easy? Your stomach rumbling snapped you from your thoughts. Of course you'd forgotten breakfast. You went back to your bag and unwrapped some salted pork, holding it between your teeth and tearing a chunk off. You always liked how chewy it was when you weren't in a rush. The rhythm of your jaw grinding it up helped you think. Possibilities were rolling around in your mind, dice cast along the branches of a tree, how things might play out. Although you couldn't just keep it to yourself now. For better or worse, this was about the two of you. There was both weight and comfort in that thought. As you watched the pot start to bubble and steam, you heard the sound of sleepy shuffling, turning to see a waking Joseph. Think I'm gonna go on feeling too down. Aw, I'm sorry, Lacey. Hope you have a good day. Why is this so real? It's very like, I don't know, I love this. The writing's really good in this so far. Also, hello, Shaw. Welcome on in. He was propped up on one elbow, clearly trying to figure out what was in front of him, rubbing his eyes with one winged hand. You saw his pupils contract to the morning sun that was getting brighter and brighter, focusing on you. Good morning, partner. Is that the sweet smell of coffee I smell brewing? Not sure I'd call it sweet. You looked into the pot at the dark brown, tar-like substance, regretting the large snoutful you got of its acrid, bitter scent. Well, the idea's sweet to me at least. Stuff's damn near magic far as I'm concerned. With surprising energy for someone who had just woken up, Joseph whipped the blanket off of him, standing and dusting himself off. You watched still as he stretched. His fingers locked together, wings pushed and pulled in front and behind. The way the feathers of his neck parted and ruffled as he rolled his head around his shoulders. The hem of his shirt, usually tucked in but now loose after a night's sleep, rising ever so slightly as he twisted his body. He sighed as he finished, wings on his hips, and met eyes with you. What are you looking at? Nothing. Uh-huh. A shy smirk crept across his face as he tucked his shirt back in and walked over to you. What you eating? Salt pork. There's some in my bag if you want. I think I will, thank you kindly. Can you get me some cups too? This coffee looks about done. You looked behind you at Joseph, crouched as he dug into your bag, giving you a quick thumbs up. You turned to the pot again and stirred it with a spoon a little. Joseph came back round and sat beside you, setting 2 tin cups in the ground with one hand. His beak tore at the piece of jerky in his other hand, hungrily swallowing it down after a few chews. He picked up the pot and poured you both a hot cup, eagerly tapping his cup with yours before drinking. Cheers. You both sipped quietly. You could feel the heat of the coffee traveling all the way down your gullet, burning down in your belly. How'd you sleep? Good. Like a pup. Didn't wake once. Me too. Slept better than even that hotel I stayed in one time. I swear, the sheets in that bed were the softest darn thing I've ever touched. It sounds nice. It was. Last night was nicer, mind you. Another silence between you now. Likely you were both thinking the same thing. Thinking about last night, what you talked about. Silence, because if neither of you spoke, maybe nothing would happen. Maybe the world would stop turning. Oh, silence!
These bitches gay. Good for them. Good for them.
Good for them. And the sun would stop rising. Of course, it still does. You can see it, charting its course away from one horizon to the next. So, what's our plan? Joseph shuffled a little, legs restless. We kill Curly Wolf and Black Vulture. That's what we said, right? You nodded. Maybe we don't have to. We could just run away. We talked about that, Joseph. If we run, we'll spend the rest of our lives looking over our shoulders. We'll never really be safe. Yeah, you're right. Besides, have you never thought about it? course I have. It's not that simple, though. Everyone around him is loyal. It'd be hard to even get the chance. Even if I killed him, I wouldn't get away with my life. And even when I've thought about it, thought about the ideal world where he's got a bullet in his brain and I'm home free. There's nothing after Jame. I could never see what would happen in the rest of my life. It was blank. Just a desert. If you were to kill him now, what do you see? Joseph looked ahead, thinking. The feathers on his face fluttered in the wind. Something, I suppose. Not nothing, at least. I think maybe I can trust that. Are we really going to be able to kill them, though? I don't know. They bleed and die like anyone else. It's just hard to get a chance. At some point, our gangs are going to go to Clemency and take us with them, whether we like it or not. I think we should try to use that to our advantage. Unfamiliar place for them, at least. What about everyone in town? They shouldn't have to be involved with this. They're already involved. We can't change that. I just wonder if any of them would help us. I doubt it. Do you think? You looked at Joseph and he turned to look at you too, his brow furrowed. Sheriff? You felt a cold dread wash over you, even in the heat of the morning sun. No, I don't think Sheriff wants anything to do with us. We'd be dead before we even crossed the town line, remember? I know. It's just... there was something about it. How Sheriff was when we were told to leave. I don't know if I fully believed it. Sorry, Joseph. I think that's just wishful thinking. Hey, you listen to me now. I'm making it up. His voice was suddenly sterner. The timidness that had been in his voice is now gone. I'm telling you, Sheriff. I don't think Sheriff wanted to tell us to leave. There was something far too sad about it. You saw it too, right? I'm not imagining it? You thought back. It had hurt too much to dwell on. But now you thought about it, you had to agree. It wasn't like other times, when you'd been exiled or barred from places. There was anger, but there was also frustration. Disappointment. That wasn't normal. You might be right. Even so, I don't think we can go waltzing back into Clemency and expect Sheriff to welcome us back with open arms. We still don't even have a plan. I think we need to talk to Sheriff. Even if we don't have a plan, Sheriff needs to know what's coming. Yeah, you're right. I just don't know how. We need to get to Sheriff without being seen, ideally. I don't want to risk getting shot, however unlikely. Without being seen. You set your coffee down, getting up and walking to the edge of the cliff. You didn't need binoculars to see the shape of the town from up here. The land moved and shallowed down towards the buildings. You looked along the cliff in the opposite direction to where you'd gone yesterday. Hey, Joseph. I think if we ride our horses this way, we could maybe get to town from the back. Sheriff's office is at the back of the town there. If we surrender ourselves, we might get to talk to Sheriff. Joseph got up from where he was and walked over to you, looking along the cliff where you were pointing, sipping his coffee. Yeah. That could work. What? Not a fan of the idea? Oh, no, we can do that. This coffee is just mighty vile. He held the cup over the edge and tipped it upside down, the brown sludge falling into the sand below. Let's get going. We don't have much time for the both of us. We'll head back to the gangs. Reading. Yeah, of course. You took one last look along the cliff face, then started helping Joseph clear up the camp, making haste to get on your horses. Oh, water. Oh, so much reading this stream. I did this to myself. I don't know what I expected. But like, oh. You rode as quick as you could down the cliff face, taking a long route around the back of the town. Climbing off your horses, you tied them up out of sight behind a rocky outcropping. You started your cautious walk to the edge of the town together, cautious about being spotted. Sheriff's office was right in front of you, a squat building backing up to the side of the desert. 2 square windows were cut into the face of the building, holes in the frame from where bars once were. As you got closer, you listened out for anything that might tell you where Sheriff was.
Hi, doggy.
Satire on Funny Man, welcome on in! Thank you for the follow. The rhythmic tapping of wood carried on the wind to you from the front porch. Carefully, you and Joseph sidled up to the building. Sticking close to the side, you shuffled along the stone wall, cold in the shade. At the edge, you slowly peeked your head out, squinting through the morning sun. Sheriff was sitting on the porch outside, looking out into the town, cane tapping idly on the wooden boards. You hadn't been noticed yet. You pulled your head back and nodded to Joseph, him nodding back in turn. You both drew your guns back to the wall and called out, "Sheriff?" You hear the panicked shuffling of someone getting out of their chair and the cocking of a gun. "Who goes there?" "It's us, Sheriff. Joseph and Jame. We mean you no harm." As you heard Sheriff's footsteps coming towards you around the corner, you both put your hands up, guns hanging limply by the fingertips. You stepped back from the building and out of the shade as Sheriff came to you, a gun loosely pointed in your direction. "What am I looking at here? Why are you back? Are you surrendering?" "Yeah, kinda. Sheriff, we need to talk. For real this time." "Oh yeah? I'm supposed to believe any collywobble you say now, am I?" No, we know we betrayed your trust. We lied to you about why we were here. We didn't lie about the danger to the town. We're asking for a chance to explain ourselves." Sheriff's brow was furrowed. You could see that even under the tough and scaled skin. A few moments of silence passed between you. Sheriff holstered the gun slowly and calmly, the click of it uncocking letting you breathe freely again. "Come into the office then, if we have things to discuss." You gave each other a look of relief as Sheriff turned to walk back. You put your guns away as well and followed the lizard round. "Hello, Emmerich. Well, come on in, Lahi." Unfortunately, no Lahi. Hello, we're reading gay things. They haven't kissed yet. It'll happen eventually. No, Lahi, you're not you have to be VIP or a subscriber, Lahi. I'm sorry. You gave each other a look of relief as Sheriff turned to walk back. Well, hope you're doing good, Emmerich. How are you doing? Hope you had a good Valentine's. You put your guns away as well and followed the lizard round. You got 9 Valentines? Oh! I didn't get a single Valentine. The office was darker inside than yesterday. The morning sun not quite shining in the same way. Bad case of stomach flu. Oh no, I'm so sorry, Emmerich. Oh, I hope you feel better soon. Here, you just, saddle up close to me. I'll keep you warm while you feel better. Ask people they wanted me on Valentine's. I have a story. I have a story about that. I had someone ask to be my Valentine, and, okay, so there was a group of people who used to get together at, like, a mall nearby, and we would do these gatherings for, like, because there's an anime convention that was nearby, and so, like, there were, like, monthly gatherings of people who would go to that con and just kind of, like, hang out, all the weebs hang out at the mall together. For February one year, there was going to be a quote-unquote speed dating thing, ha, fun, whatever, it's February, Valentine's, yeah. And so, I get a message on MySpace, MySpace, because I'm old, from a girl, and she's like, "Hey, will you be my Valentine?" I'm like, "Oh, must be something to do with, like, the speed dating or whatever." And, I'm like, "Yeah, sure, yeah, alright, I'll be your Valentine." What I hadn't realized is that I accidentally ended a relationship with that girl for, like, 6 months. It took me 3 months to find out and 3 months to get the courage to, break up with her. I had to talk to my boyfriend at the time to get the courage. Listen, sorry, I am tense. It all worked out, I guess. I mean, I say worked out. I broke up with her. Yeah, uh-huh. Yeah. I had a couple girls in that friend group who had crushes on me, and I'm so sorry to all of them. Rip in peace. Sorry, I like men. Big bird men, specifically. Sheriff stood with both hands on the cane, face curious and stern, still untrusting. So, boys, what do we need to talk about? You looked at Joseph, and he met your eyes. They were darting about in the small way they do, even when you're focused on a point. He gave you a little wink. That was all you needed. Yesterday, when we told you about those outlaws heading here, that wasn't a lie. Or I guess it was a white lie. Our gangs know about this place, and they're gonna be coming here, gold or not. So you were scouting our town out. Makes sense. I have way worse stories of girls having a crush on me. Oh, I'm so sorry. It's been a while since the girls had a crush on me, thankfully. Well, at least at this point I can just come out and just be like, hey, I'm gay. No worries. Just crush that before it even begins. Still, I don't see what's stopping you from lying about this town. You both know we can't do much to defend ourselves from a whole gang. So frankly, if I'm picking up what you're putting down, if you don't want to hurt us, then just lie to them. Tell them we're armed to the teeth, scare them off. Won't be stupid enough to still try. I guess we could, but what? Look, I appreciate you trying to come clean and help somehow, but this ain't our business, you see. It's not one gang, it's two. I'm from the Curly Wolf gang. And I'm from the Black Vultures. You're from two different gangs? Well, I'll be damned. You seem so friendly with each other. The thing is, Sheriff, we don't want to work for him anymore. Curly Wolf and Black Vulture. We want to kill him. We need each other's help to do that. We can't do it alone, you see. Your heart was beating fast in your chest. Saying it out loud, saying it to the sheriff, changed things. Cousin once chased me around the house because she wanted to be my— oh no! Turns out she's lesbian, oh thank god. That happened to one of the girls who had a crush on me too. She's a girlfriend now. Good for her. Before you could convince yourself otherwise, you took Joseph's hand in yours, squeezing it tight as you stood next to him. Yeah. Besides, there's no guarantee we'd be able to convince him not to come here, even if we did lie to him. We need your help too, Sheriff. Sheriff's face remained stern. Or maybe concerned, you thought. Eyebrows flat across the eyes, thinking. You boys are sure about this? This is what you have to do? Yes. Yeah. Joseph's hand moved, ensuring the grip of his fingers interlocked with yours. Oh, they're holding hands. Oh. Shh. Getting a little old for things like this, but alright. I can't in good conscience endanger the people in this town, but I think I might be able to help. Sheriff got up and started pacing. So, your two gangs, they're both gonna come here? A friend of my sister chased me down a field to try and hug me, and a smaller girl I didn't know also wanted to hug me, and they like grabbed my shirt and pants. I was too afraid to hit them, but I managed to run. Oh no. Oh. See, I never had girls get rough with me like that. I had boys get rough with me like that, and I can't. See, I don't know why I'm gay, but I can't say that's not the reason. I don't know. I don't know what happened to me, but I'm gay as hell now. Hello. Yeah, I know Curly Wolf will for sure. Black Vulture's bored, I can tell. He's itching to do something. Any history between them? Any scuffles? Would they fight or make a truce if they met? Black Vulture said before he'd fight Curly Wolf, but I don't know if Curly even knows he exists. It's because of the bird lube I've been putting in your water for you. Bird lube? I mean, hopefully it's water-based lubricant. Curly Wolf wouldn't work with another gang unless he had to. I don't think he'd give up this place so easily. It seems to me like them meeting up would be beneficial to your goals, don't you agree? Brabby, hello! Bird-based bird lube. Wait, are there birds in the lube? Hold on. I'm scared. I don't want to think about it anymore. A fight between them would be chaotic, but maybe that's what we need. Someone might even finish them off for us. It would be dangerous for us, though, too. Well, now, hold on. When do the lookouts get caught in the scuffle? Almost never unless we start it. If anything, we should be the safest ones of the bunch. You're right. If you can delay their arrivals, then I might have a solution for you. Clemency gets supplies monthly. They arrive by train about a day and a half's ride from here. That's where the nearest station is. Since it's a whole town supplies and the trip is long, everyone in Clemency goes in a wagon together. Easiest and safest for all of us. As luck would have it, that's in 3 days. So the town will be completely empty? Not a soul, I can guarantee that. We ride early in the morning and ain't back till the next day. You get your gangs here on that day, and do what you need to do. Best I can come up with on short notice. That could work. Not like we have any other plan. Anything could happen. It's better than nothing. Things were happening so fast. Sheriff really wanted to help. This was incredible. Was this really happening? Was this something you could do? 3 days, right? So this town is gonna leave, and they're gonna come back, and there's gonna be a bunch of corpses everywhere. Yippee, we have supplies. Uh-oh, what the fuck happened to our town? Why was there a shootout? If you find the secret, you become the next secret? Ooh, wait, free supplies. Oh, there's more stuff when you come back home. Yippee. Look at all these guns. I mean, we're Quakers, but... Oh, good fertilizer. Yippee. 3 days, right? We need to both be here in 3 days. Yep. Do you think you can do that? I think we can. Joseph looked at you, both of you holding each other's hands tighter. We have to. Good. Yeah, meat, yippee. We won't go hungry. Just gotta fish out all the bullets. And thank you for trusting me with this. You took a real gamble coming back here. No, thank you, Sheriff. Really and truly. I hope to see you again when this is over. God willing, you'll make good on that promise. For sure. I think we both need to get going now. We'll be expected back today. Yeah, we need to start riding soon. Godspeed then, both of you. Keep yourselves safe. You felt sick to your stomach and light in your feet. You nodded at Sheriff and left, still holding Joseph's hand. These bitches gay, good for them. Literally what the Sheriff is thinking. My fucking god. Back with your horses, you made last-minute checks of your bags, ensuring everything was secure for the long trip back. 3 days from now. 3 days from now, you'd be back. Both of you. Some part of you dreaded needing to start this journey, lingering on the feeling of standing here, not moving. So much had changed since you got here. Now you might be risking it all. It doesn't feel fair. The idea of losing something you only just found, only just got the chance for? You shoved it down though. The ride back was long. You didn't need that kind of worry gnawing at your heart. Pity for you that every time you saw his face, even a glance as you checked your saddle, it all came rising to the top once more. Like a drowning man pushed under the waves, breaching the surface again as he refuses to sink. I think I'm all ready. Me too. Joseph stood by your side now, waiting for you to turn and look at him. You contemplated just getting in the saddle, not lingering for longer than you had to. You felt the light touch of his hand on your shoulder. Kiranka, hello! Thank you for the 5 months of sub! Oh my gosh.
Jameja one pet, Jameja one pet.
Ooh, thank you for the break to drink some water. Also for jump scaring me with the fucking... It's so silent that that just happening. Welcome on MQ. Hope you're having a great day. We're looking at these gay bitches together. Look at them. Wait, did I skip? Wait. Oh. Twisting, pressing your face now over his shoulder. Arms clinging around his side. You were holding him before you could think. Aww. Joseph said nothing. He did nothing too for a moment, until you felt the weight of his arms on your back, tightly clinging to you.
My fucking god. These bitches gay. Good for them. Good for them.
Thank you, Mystic. Your hand took a great fistful of his clothes between your fingers where they lay. As you held him tighter, he squeezed you even more. You wouldn't care right now if he squeezed you hard enough to break a rib. Feathers on his neck tickled your face and poked your closed eye. You could feel the way his back bent as he leaned ever so slightly over you. You don't know how long the hug lasted, but eventually you let go. You could feel imprints on your skin from where the hardness of his clothes, his buttons, his belt had dug into you. Still, you didn't mind. He held you still, facing each other, holding each other's arms, looking at each other. Joseph's eyes flicked around your face, and at the top of your head, holding his gaze there for a moment before leaning in. You felt the gentle prod of his beak on your scalp, the sharp edges tugging at your fur. He preened through a few more times, pulling gently and splitting the loose hairs to the side. Done, he pulled back, his face a little sheepish. There, that's better. Need to look your best when you get back. Your mama said it was impolite to use your beak, hmm? Well, she's not here. Besides, I think you fit the, criteria. Thank you. Your cheeks were hot and flushed with what felt like all the blood in your body. You were sure you could see the same under his feathers. I'll see you in 3 days, you hear? Yeah. We'll kill those bastards. Yeah. You nodded. His hands trailed your arms as you walked away to his horse. You got up into your saddle too, the reins familiar in your hands. Joseph trotted his horse brown up alongside you, facing the opposite way. Well, partner, time to go. Wait, Joseph, just promise me, if something goes wrong, you'll run. Promise? Killing them isn't worth it if you die too. If you run, I'll run. They ain't worth the effort of dying. You smiled at him with the same type of smile as when you left home. Weak and worn, but relieved all the same. Goodbye, Jame. See you soon, Joseph. You both started your horses moving, gently trotting until you were no longer beside each other. You heard Joseph give a caw. And his horse set off at speed, kicking up dust into the air when you looked behind you. And we're going to Washington and Michigan, and we're gonna take the White House. Yaw! That's the only thing I can think of. It's still so funny that ruined that guy's political career. Like, what the fuck? You set your own horse into a gallop, the rush of the wind in your ears as you rode through the out of clemency. Back to your gang. Back to the man you were plotting to kill. The midday sun hung harsh and bright in the sky as you made it back to the camp. You and your horse both tired from the ride. The current hideout of Curly Wolf & Co. was a ramshackle affair, nestled in the depths of rolling hills, hidden from the sight of any passerby. Riding slowly in, you climbed off your horse onto the sun-baked ground and led it over to tie it with the others. The smell of food wafted, but you could see people cleaning up already. You'd missed lunch. As you made to leave the horse, a sudden thought struck you, and you doubled back to scramble about in your bag. Where was it? You hadn't left it behind, surely. The trickle of panic that had started to leak into your chest thankfully stopped, as your fingers felt the soft brush of what you were looking for. You pulled the feather Joseph gave you out of your bag, holding it closely to yourself. You let out a short gasp of a sigh. Oi, tomboy! Your ears pricked up and you stood up straight at the sound of Curly Wolf shouting at you. You hastily tucked the feather away in your pocket. You turned and made your way over to Curly's eyes down at the ground, avoiding the look of others. You know how things work around here, don't you, tomboy? Yes. Curly grabbed a handful of your poncho, pulling you forward, stumbling before roughly shoving you off your feet onto your back. You'd learned how to take a fall by now. You didn't scramble, you just let yourself lay in the dirt for a moment, waiting. Get up. You pressed your hand to the ground and got up. Not too fast and not too slow. The others still got a laugh out of this routine, but you were too bored of it to be embarrassed anymore. If you know how things work, then I shouldn't have to punish you for not doing what you're told. When you come back, you come straight to me with what you found. You don't stand around playing with your little horsey. Yes, boss. Right. Come on then, spit it out. I found the town. A place called Clemency. It's got some gold from mines, but no bank or anything like that. What would you say now? If Curly knew Sheriff was the only person there who even resembles the lawman, he'd just go barging right in. His lie was crucial. He couldn't catch you out. The place looked armed to the teeth. Even so, all the townsfolk had some way of defending themselves. No gun laws like other places. Well, shit. Was hoping it'd be a breeze. We need an easy win right now. I found out from the sheriff that the place is gonna be empty soon. You were focused on a hill in the distance, not daring to look directly at him. Still, on the edge of your vision, you could see Curly's eyes narrowed, staring at your face, studying it. How come? Overheard that they retrieve supplies for the town every so often, and the next caravan drive is in 3 days. Whole town is going to be going. It'll be empty and unguarded. The suspicion in Curly's eyes melted into a smugness, and a grin split his face from ear to ear. Hot damn. Now that is an easy win. He turned his face away from you, shouting into the air of the camp. Boys, 3 days from now we're gonna be rich. He walked away around the camp, kept talking, hyping it up, riling everyone up for what was to come. You didn't need to listen anymore. Your job was done for now. You went back to being invisible, staying out of the way, the usual. That night, the hills were full of the sound of howling, cheering, drunken songs as the Curly Wolf gang prematurely celebrated their victory. This was a bigger deal than you had maybe anticipated. In any case, your goal was the same, and they didn't know it was coming. Curly Wolf didn't know it was coming. He was the cockiest you'd ever seen him. The days after were a blur. If you weren't needed to help out some menial work somewhere in camp, you were just sleeping in your tent, trying to avoid the blazing heat, keeping out of everyone's way like you always did. Waiting, just like everyone else, for the day you'd ride out. On the night before you were due to leave, you snuck out of your tent, out to where no one would see you. Away from the camp, the sounds of it echoing lightly through the air, you clambered halfway down a hill and sat. You didn't do this often. Who knew when someone might come to your tent, needing to drag you away for something? You couldn't risk it often, being unfindable, but you thought it important enough to do tonight. To come out here and breathe in the cool night air, to stare into the sky across the horizon at the blanket of stars in the sky, trying to pinpoint constellations you were told about when you were much younger. You wondered if Joseph knew any. You didn't think about it at the time. The feather was in your pocket still, the safest place you could think to keep it. At night when the lights were out and the tent was filled with the sound of someone snoring, you'd hold it in your hand. Flicking through it with the claw of your thumb, feeling the smoothness against your fingers just for a bit before you put it back. It helped you get to sleep. Again, now, while you were alone and sitting under the stars, you pulled it out of your pocket. Fiddling with it in your hand, feeling it tickle the pads of your palm. Your mind wanted to wander, to think about important things, to think about all the ways tomorrow could go wrong. To think about what might happen to you both. You didn't let it. The feather helped too. For once, you just let yourself be calm. You'll see him tomorrow. Until then, worrying would do you no good. You imagined that was the kind of thing he'd say to you if you were here, sitting next to you. The imagined weight of his head on your shoulder, the thought of his warmth saddled up next to you. All the things you wouldn't feel again if you lost him. You'll see him tomorrow. It's the morning. You're awake early. You didn't sleep much anyway, as much as you tried to. The sun was as bright as always, coming through the yellowish fabric of the tent. You laid awake, waiting for others to get up, waiting for Curly Wolf. He'd start rallying guys together for the ride to Clemency soon enough. You needed to make sure you were there. The minutes ticked by, and you heard more people get up, the camp coming to life once more with the sounds of work and talk. You got up and got yourself ready, sitting on your bedroll after and waiting more. Then, the voice of Curly Wolf.
Alright boys, gather round. We're heading to the town of Clemency this morning. I need 10 or so men with me to haul valuables. It's around a half-day's ride from here. Who's coming to get our gold?
You heard all this as you were leaving your tent, making your way to the small crowd of canines. Instantly there were people joining, eager to prove themselves, to get their hands on real gold. 1, 2, 3 already. You suddenly pushed your way through the crowd, trying to reach the front. Pushed out the edge of the crowd by the huddling bodies, you found yourself standing in front of Curly. He stared at you even as he clapped the hands and shoulders of other guys walking past, joining the excitable group.
What you standing there for, tomboy? We don't need any little pups to help shift the goods.
You needed to be on his crew. You couldn't talk back to him, though. You didn't know what to say. What could you say? You just kept standing there.
You think you're gonna be of any help with that scrawny stick?
He grabbed your arm, raising it up and down, shaking it by the wrist. Every inch of you was screaming to snatch your arm from his hand, but you knew what would happen if you did. He threw your arm back to you, making you stumble a little.
Go make yourself useful someplace else. I only need real men for this trip.
You had to say something. You had to. You had to. You had to be there. I mean, you'll need a lookout. He was looking at the assembled group, doing a quick head count.
Alright boys, that's 10. Be ready to move out in 5 minutes.
He didn't seem to hear you. Your words were quiet, whispered. You tried again. You'll need a lookout, Curly. His ears twitched. He still didn't turn to face you.
I heard you the first time. Stop yapping at me about bullshit.
We don't know when the townsfolk will be back. It'll be bad if they come back while you're there, and even worse if there's no one keeping an eye out. Y'all will have your hands full already. You heard him sigh, and a little growl rose in his throat, or subsided into nothing.
Fine then, tomboy. If you're that eager to come, I suppose I'll have to let you. You're riding in the wagon. You don't need a horse.
No. You didn't get that privilege when other people needed them, you supposed. The wagon was fine by you. You knew it was a punishment of kindness that you'd be riding in it on the way back, too, along with everything else. Boxes and sacks and supplies and whatnot, all bumping about, hoping none of them fall over and hit you. Cramped space with nowhere to sit or lie, just standing for hours waiting for it to stop.
Get a move on.
You followed after Curly to get ready. Of
course, what Curly didn't know was that you weren't going to be coming back here. Neither of you were. Kill! Where's a kill when we need it? From where you sat, slumped in the corner of the wagon, the wind whistled through the gaps in the canvas next to your head. The edges flap, the wind ruffling your clothes and your fur, drying up your nose as you sit with your knees up. The wagon rocks and bumps as it's dragged by horses through the desert, and this corner is the only place you feel safe enough to stay. You could at least keep yourself steady even as it tried to knock you about, clinging onto the wooden frame. Looking toward the entrance of the wagon, where the covering split down the middle, you couldn't see much. Oh, excuse me, I need water. Whew. Or rather, what you could see were great clouds of dust billowing out from the wheels and into the dry air. As uncomfortable as the wagon was, at least it provided you shelter from the sun, unlike riding on horseback. The winds coursing past your ears were welcome too, cooling your head that was swimming with thoughts. You knew you were close to Clemency now. The entourage had been traveling long enough. As you got closer and closer, the minutes stretched on. You felt sick to your stomach. Less so butterflies, more like hornets. This was going to be it. This was what you'd been waiting for. Not just for days, but years, really. A chance like this. All the anxieties and concerns you'd pushed down last night were rushing back up like geysers. What if Joseph wasn't there? What if his gang wasn't there? What if you reached Clemency and Curly realizes you were lying? What if you couldn't kill them both? Or they demolished the town and Sheriff came back to find nothing left? To find you'd broken your promise? What if you were killed quickly, or slowly? You'd seen Curly kill traitors before. The simple fear of dying took hold of your heart, the chill of the Reaper's shadow. No, this wasn't going to be it. This isn't all there was going to be. You'd see him again soon. You'd do what you had to, together. This wasn't going to be it. There would be more after. It was hard for you to imagine, but you knew it to be true. There would be days after today. You wanted to see them. And if you die, at least it was for a reason. You sure as hell weren't going to go out without a fight. This was a risk you'd always be willing to take. You and Joseph would take it together, and you were going to see it through. You sealed your resolve, locking the furnace of your heart so that no one may put it out. The rumble of the wagon started to slow. The rocking back and forth became gentler and gentler until everything came to a stop with a small lurch. The constant motion that had been in your body was gone all of a sudden. Everything seemed impossibly still. Like when the many conversations in a bar all died down suddenly, leaving it quiet in a strange moment. You heard the thud of Curly jumping off of his horse and crawled the floor of the wagon to the front. Curly came and opened the low wooden door, letting you slide out of the wagon and jump out. The light of the late morning sun was blinding, and you held your arm over your brow to shelter your eyes. As your eyes adjusted, the bright desert became clearer. Hazy rock formations in the distance became familiar. Walking around the wagon, you saw the shapes of buildings that set your teeth on edge. The town of Clemency.
Here we are, boys. What a shithole. No one here, at least. We'll take what we're here for and leave sharpish. Won't know what hit him. Ain't that right, tomboy?
He slapped you hard on the back. There was an anticipation in the air amongst yourselves. This was the place they'd been waiting for. You'd been waiting for it too, but the anticipation was not one of eagerness. Even in your brief visit here, many things had happened. In some way, being back in Clemency was comforting. Despite that, you couldn't ignore the chill in your veins at the prospect of what will come next. There was no backing out now. It felt like those few times in the past, when the fuse on a stick of dynamite had been lit, and you were still holding it. There was only going to be a few moments until the spark reached the end of the wick. Curly started walking into the town, and you followed suit with everyone else, staying close behind him.
Are we gonna see a bunch of Birdman on the other side, pointing fingers together? I mean, listen, Joseph might be our man, but we can appreciate eye candy occasionally, right? Clemency was dead quiet, not a soul in sight, just like Sheriff said it'd be. He studied the town as he walked down the main street, peering through the windows, drawing up plans in his head. Every building you walked past filled you with a little more fear. You were still waiting for something to happen. For anyone else to appear. Soon enough, Curly would want to get started for real, and ask you where the goal was supposed to be. Then, at the end of the street, you saw what you were waiting for. Who you were waiting for. A hazy, clumped group of guys, making their way up onto the main street from the other side of the town. As they got closer, it became clearer. The figure of a tall and slender bird, with many others in tow straggling behind him, much like you behind Curly. Curly stopped as he spotted the group too, staring them down. The stance on that man, look at... Now who the hell is that in my town? He started walking again, with purpose and menace, and they quickened their pace and turned towards you. You felt your heart beating in your chest now, reaching up to your throat, blood rushing, adrenaline starting to build in you. They were really here, and you could see Curly wasn't happy about it. Both sides slowed as they came closer to each other, coming to a stop halfway down the street, a few dozen paces between them. Not too close, not too far. You saw Black Vulture much more clearly now, and he was looking with intrigue at Curly. You looked past him though, desperately searching the small crowd of people following in his wake, until you saw the one you'd been waiting for. Joseph, stony-faced and stern, blending in with his compatriots. It was almost funny to compare the laid-back and jovial man you'd gotten to know. After a few moments longer of staring each other down, Black Vulture spoke. Well, well, is that who I think it is, the infamous Curly Wolf? What's it to you? What are you doing in my town? Well, I'd imagine we're both here for much the same reason. I've heard tales of your exploits. Can't say the same. Who are you? I'm Black Vultureman. I said Black Vultureman. Black Vulture. Gentleman outlaw of the... Doesn't ring a bell. The feathers of Black's neck clearly ruffled at Curly's rebuttal, but he waved it off. More fool you, I say. You here for the gold, then? Yes, and how strange that we might run into each other like this. I'm willing to bet you're not a sharing man. Like I said, this is Curly Wolf property now, so you best go on and fly away. No, I don't think we will be, Curly. I think it would be a shame for so much gold to be wasted on scum like you. Should keep that highfalutin beak of yours shut lest you want the barrel of a gun inside it. Let us see then, Curly Wolf. To the victor go the spoils, and I intend to spill that tiny brain of yours across the dirt. Fine by me. Don't need much of brain to shoot you. This wasn't how you'd wanted things to go. You and Joseph were still in the thick of it, facing each other. You thought you'd be out in the fight, or thought you'd be out of the fight. The air was still. Hands came to hover over guns. Every pair of eyes trained on the opposing side, waiting. In a standoff like this, it was a test of the boss's mettle, their mental fortitude. How long would anyone last before pulling the trigger? Trying to psych each other out. Being the first to take the shot wasn't always the best call, but having to react to that first shot could be worse. It was a test of loyalty too, for everyone following them. Your underlings couldn't step out of line or take the shot themselves. To break early would be a betrayal, but when bullets went flying it was unpredictable. Staying meant a risk to yourself. You knew Curly was a good shot. He had the upper hand here. But you were reminded of something Joseph told you. Black Vulture wasn't the shootist. He had someone else for that. He could brag, but he wasn't the real one. You thought about whether Curly should know. Wait. So if we don't tell him, Curly will probably die, but if we do tell him, then Black Vulture will probably die. I feel like... I think it'd be more beneficial if Curly dies, I think. We're gonna stay quiet. No. It was better if Curly didn't know about the shootist. As dangerous as it was to leave someone like that hanging around during a fight, it was more a danger to him. The seconds dragged on. It felt as though your very breath may tip the scales. Chest heavy from breathing the air of people who wanted to kill you. It's going to go one way or the other? Well, good. That's exactly what we wanted, I guess. There was safety in numbers, in the crowd. Even so, you found yourself for the first time thinking about running. Never before had you considered it. This time was different, of course. There wasn't going to be a next time. Running would tip the scales for sure, but you couldn't know in whose favor. Play it safe with the gang, or run and let all hell break loose. Oh no, oh no, oh no, 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 no. Oh, this is a tough choice actually. Because like, the moment I start running, the bullets are gonna fly. And that if you know, the sooner people shoot, the sooner that puts Joseph in danger. I think I want to stay, yeah. No. If you ran, you might make yourself a target. Better to stick with the gang till they scatter. Curly spoke up in a low voice, cast to those behind him. Watch and learn, boys. He flexed the wrist of his hand, holding it out before clutching his gun in his holster. You saw Black Vulture react in turn, reaching for his gun. Curly liked to play with his food, to show off. He waited for the moment Black grabbed his gun the same, then quickly and expertly pulled it free, pointing it dead straight. He knew he'd always be quicker on the draw. Oh! That like startled me actually. The shot rang out. A bang that made your heart jump, and you saw Black Vulture double over, clutching his side. The smoke was barely rising from the barrel of Curly's gun when another shot rang out. Full on ego and admiring his handiwork, he hadn't noticed one small bird hanging on the edge of the crowd that had raised his rifle. Curly's face instantly twisted into a full-toothed cry of pain, eyes clenched shut, staggering back a step as he clutched at the side of his chest. Fuck! A moment passed before the crowd behind you dispersed, everyone running to take cover as the fight broke out. On the other side you saw the same, a clump of figures scattering like ashes to either side of the street. You couldn't see where Joseph went, and you couldn't afford to hang around as more shots were fired. Curly was struggling to move, and he turned to see you still standing there alone. A bullet whizzed by, striking the ground. He gave you a look and slumped over onto you, one arm slung over your shoulder, much of his weight bearing down on you now. You had no choice but to help carrying him out of the street, knees shaking as you walked quickly as you could. Your compatriots fired a volley of rounds down the street, providing you enough cover to drag your bleeding boss between two buildings. They're both shots to win? Yeah, I mean, yeah, they'll bleed out eventually. See? We did it. Yippee. I mean, not yet, but it'll happen soon enough, right? He was heavy on your neck and wobbling as you walked together, his stride still outpacing you as he tried to keep up and push him along. You kept walking through the long clump of houses that lined the main street, pushing through to the other side where it gave away to a hill. At a corner that led out of the shade, he rested against the wall, lightening the load off of you as he craned his neck to check if the way was safe. Again, without a word, he re-slumped onto you, and you walked around the corner together. Curly used the house as a support too now, bloodied hand dragging across the wall as he used you to drag him ever forward. Oh hey, yay, these people have a new paint job on their houses, yippee. Gunshots continued to ring out, bouncing through the alleys and streets next to you. The acrid smell of gunpowder grew stronger, even as your nose was full of the scent of Curly's sweat-laden fur. You stumbled along this back path a little more before Curly's weight and you suddenly became crushing, like gravity itself had become stronger. The full weight of Curly lay on you for a moment, where your knees buckled and you slid off with a grunt. He threw out a hand, trying to catch himself, scraping it on the wall of a house as he fell, coming to sit in the dirt. He sat with his back flat against a slatted wooden wall, one hand reaching across to grasp his side so hard you couldn't see the tendons, or so hard you could see the tendons. The other hand clenched his gun, finger resting next to the trigger. He breathed slowly and heavily through gritted teeth, staring out over the edge into the rest of town, across roofs and into the desert. His ears twitched with the pop of guns around you, seeming to come from every direction. This was the best chance you were going to get, you thought. He was so vulnerable looking. Some part of your mind, though, said you couldn't. You can't kill him. Something will go wrong. He's a hurt and cornered animal right now.
Staring real hard at me there, tomboy. Worried I'm gonna croak on you? Don't. I'm not going anywhere.
You could feel the weight of your gun in your holster as you shifted on your feet. The space where your hand needed to be to grab it. Curly fidgeted about, like it was impossible for him to get comfortable where he was, before giving up and sitting crooked.
We'll hide out here for the time being. The boys will take care of things. You're not much good in a fight, but you're better protection than nothing. Some of Black Vulture's lot might come this way, so keep your eyes peeled.
You gently unholstered your gun, letting it dangle on your fingertips by the handle. You didn't want to stick around. You didn't know how the fight was going. You didn't know if Joseph was alright. You were just wasting time standing here with this bastard bleeding on the ground next to you. Just shoot him. That's all you had to do. Just shoot him and be done with it. You've killed people before. He deserves it more than most. And still, you can't bring yourself to do anything. Your ears prick up. You hear the sound of someone running this way, letting fast against the dirt, and look up. You swing your gun up hastily, ready for whoever's coming your way. You don't see anything for a few more moments until a bird comes running out, looking around frantically. It was Joseph. Alright, now here's where you shoot Curly in the middle of the head. Just shoot him right now. Panting, holding a shotgun in both hands. And as he looks your way, his eyes land on you. They light up like light up like the brightest fireworks.
Shit, there's one.
The glint of Curly's gun shone in the corner of your eye as he moved, arms crossing his body, pointing upward. Joseph's eyes widened, pupils becoming pinpricks, trying to turn tail and run as he saw Curly take aim. It was also quick and felt like an eternity as you yourself lifted your gun, aiming directly at Curly's hand as it steadied itself. Before doubt and fear could take a hold, you squeezed the trigger and saw his hand explode. The sound of the shot rattled through your head. Joseph staggered and stopped as it went off. Curly snatched his hand away. His gun dropped to the ground with a dull thud, and he buried his hand into himself, crying out and growling.
Oh, fuck! What?
He looked bewilderingly at Joseph, failing to understand what had blasted the fingers off his hand, before looking to his side, at you. Looking at the wisps of smoke from the barrel of your gun. You felt yourself panting heavily, hands shaking, in fact your whole body shaking with adrenaline. You heard the thump of footsteps again and looked up to see Joseph run over, slowing as he neared you and Curly. The two met eyes, anger and disgust spilling onto Curly's face in equal amounts, while Joseph's became pitiful, you thought.
So this is him, huh? The great Curly Wolf.
Joseph came down from your eye level, crouching to Curly, studying his face. Zythiel, hello, welcome on in! Spilling onto face. Oh my, hello.
Oh, hi, Mark.
Hello, Zythiel, how's it going? We're look at these gay outlaws. They're about to kill this man.
All makes a little more sense now. Found yourself a little buddy, did you? He won't stick around. See it in his eyes. Shut your trap, Curly.
Anger flitted across Curly's brow, but he wasn't stupid. He knew he wasn't getting out of the situation. He was as good as dead.
You really are two peas in a pod. Traitors and cowards who just run from everything.
His breasts were haggard, throat hoarse and harsh, holding on out of spite more than anything else.
Whatever he told you, promise you, tomboy, it's not real. I know people like that when I see it. When things get tough, he'll leave. He'll run, like all the other times. Or will you run first? You might say that's not so, but I know you're a liar. Always have been. Should have known you'd betray me sooner or later. Saw it in your eyes all those times. Never liked you. Do you even know his name? Joseph regarded Curly coolly, but his anger wasn't concealed by the sharp spite in his voice or the clench of his jaw. It doesn't matter. What's a name anyhow? If I call someone and they come, that's their name. His name is Joryu. My name was Joryu Jazuma. Answer the question. Do you know his name? Curly squinted up at Joseph, the sun shining in his face. You and Joseph's shadows cast up the wall beside him. No, of course I don't. The deafening blast of Joseph's shotgun cut him short, and you flinched away, averting your eyes from the peppered red mess of his chest. You followed the momentum of your flinch, turning around, gazing out across the hill and down into the town, breathing in and out. You heard one last breath of sorts behind you, a gurgle of blood from the mouth, and the rustle of clothes as he fell limp. Wrong answer. Jame? You gingerly reached a hand behind him, tugging at his shirt when you found purchase, pulling yourself in. His arms caught you as you took a weak step toward him, returning his embrace as he held you close, your heads over each other's shoulders. There was a pit in your stomach, making you nauseous. You closed your eyes as you breathed in, focusing on his smell, so close to you. Are you alright? Are you hurt? I'm fine. I'm fine. You pulled away from each other as you heard more gunshots. Lights starting up again, no doubt caused by Joseph's gunshot. We need to get somewhere safe. Wait for this to blow over. Once they realize Curly's dead, the guys will probably hightail it out of here. Where's Black Vulture? Not sure. Lost him when the fight broke out. I was more concerned about finding you, really. Holstering your gun, you stepped down and picked up Curly's revolver from where it had fallen. You grabbed Joseph's hand and placed it onto your shoulder to pull him with you, walking briskly, keeping on the way you'd been going already. We can skirt around the edge of town and make our way back to the saloon. Safest place I can think of. Joseph nodded and followed you. Trailing by his arm, your gun held firm and ready in your hand. Cautious of every alley you passed. You kept following the edge of the hill, heading for where the street bent, sheriff's office being across the way. You were aiming to loop around the back of the office and avoid the firelight in the street. Firefights. But as it came into view, a tall figure started to pass by. He didn't notice you at first, but the sound of you both stopping short caught his attention. You met the eyes of Black Vulture. Well, well, what do we have here? Taking a prisoner, Joseph? You could see the blood staining his coat, his shirt, on the side of his stomach where he pressed his hand, but he seemed surprisingly unfazed. Following Black from behind the building came the bird you recognized as the shootist, the one who shot Curly. You know, I guess if I told Curly about the shootist, this might be an easier situation to deal with, but you know what? We play with the cards that were dealt, you know? He stood behind Black, rifle firm in both hands, a mask covering his face, small eyes watching keenly. The grip of Joseph's hand on your shoulder grew tighter, and he pulled you toward him a little, continuing to walk forward slowly. Yeah, thought he might be useful. Should have some knowledge about Curly Wolf's hideouts and whatnot. Black grunted, hunched over but now standing taller, his crooked neck raising his head above you. Always so quick on your feet, Joseph. Good thinking. I'm just curious as to why you're not holding him to gunpoint. He took a few steps closer to you both. Or indeed, why I had taken a bullet for your actions. My actions? You ran. You slimy, traitorous coward. You ran with your tail between your legs, and now I'm bleeding from the stomach. Your palms are sweating. Your head down, face away from Black and the shootist, hiding the gun in your hand. It was a bad time to be caught in the act. You thought about whether this was your chance to kill Black, but he was so close to you both, with his gun drawn still. And you knew how hard it would be for you and Joseph to try and kill him, the fear dripping inside his chest. Are we kissing birds? We haven't kissed a bird yet. We snuggled with a bird, we spent a night with a bird, we hugged, we killed a man with a bird. We haven't kissed yet, that's next. Welcome in, Lime, how you doing? We shouldn't stick around. Curly's guys might find you. You dared to look behind you, look at where they were standing, but you saw in Black's eyes you'd made a mistake. The glint of a gun in your hand, hidden and now revealed as you twisted your body ever so slightly too much. Joseph must have seen the connection too, the spark of realization in Black's eyes. He swung his arm suddenly towards Black, bashing him upside the head with a shotgun and knocking him to the ground with a grunt. Doing good, hope you're doing good too. Yeah, I'm doing great. Hope you're taking Valentine's Day. Mine was mostly spent drawing, and you know, I got my clearance Valentine's chocolate today, so I have a ton of that. I'm gonna have to grab some in a little bit after this. Because, you know, I still want to, like, this is taking way longer than I thought it would, but I still want to play, like, a little bit of Dragon Island. But I think we're getting towards the end of this one. The shootist, even while watching closely, was caught off guard, and though he readied his rifle quickly, you had already been looking at him. Help, I've been reading all stream. You aimed the revolver at his head and fired a shot clean through. His mask flew off, twisting in the air. As the shootist fell, his dying trigger finger squeezed enough to let loose a final shot from the tilted rifle. You heard the telltale wet thud of a bullet hitting someone, and Joseph cried out for a moment, hand snapping to clutch his thigh. Damn little son of a gun, still got me. Black was already starting to stir from being knocked down. You pushed your head under one of Joseph's arms. Come on, we need to go, now! Joseph held his arm around your shoulders, using your help to take some of the weight off, but still limping as fast as he could with the pain. Oh, Akka, hello! Welcome on in! How's it going, Raiders? Welcome! Banana gun? Is a banana stick up? Banana. I gotta shout out, welcome on in, Akka! How's it going? Akka's a very good artist, you should follow them if you're not. We're playing a game about gay outlaws. So to catch you up, we went to go scope out of town because we heard there was gold there, and we ran into a big, tall bird man, and he was also there for his gang to scope out the town, and so we're just like, you know what, let's scope it out together, and then we fell in love, and we're like, you know what, we should kill our gang leaders. So we brought them to town together. After we told the sheriff what was happening, and they were like, okay, we're gonna go get supplies while the town is empty, you come have a firefight, and kill them, I guess. So the firefights happened. Our leader is dead. He just shot in the chest by the Birdman with a shotgun. The bird leader is not dead yet. But hello, welcome on in! Welcome on in, Raiders. Hello, I'm Jame, Pink Bird thing. We're having a Post-Valentine's dating sim reading. Well, I guess it's less of a dating sim and more just a visual novel. We have a dating sim lined up after this, but yeah, I hope your art went well. I hope you had a good stream. After this, we're gonna play some Dragon Island, which there is a crotch hiding option in the options, which hopefully shouldn't cause me any trouble. I would like to be your friend if that's okay. What's that? Art went amazing. Vadio did great learning. Oh, Vadio's drawing too. Oh, I hope it went well, Vadio. Also, welcome in, Vadio. Another amazing being. I will shout you out. I know I shouted you out already. You get another one. Both of you. Someday we'll hang out in VR chat. We made that. We made plans. That's right. Joseph held his arm around your shoulders, using your help to take some of the weight off, but still limping as fast as he could with the pain. You abandoned your plan to go around town and ran down the nearest alley, toward the main street, toward the fight. So, yeah, our outlaw boyfriend got shot in the thigh, and that's trouble.
He needs those to squeeze. I mean walk. You couldn't afford to get caught out by someone again, black or otherwise. Joseph was too hurt. You just had to get to the saloon. As you reached the street, everything had lulled once again. The air deadly quiet all of a sudden. You poked your heads out, but wherever people were hiding, it wasn't anywhere near you. The saloon was just across the street. You looked at Joseph, his face so close to yours, and he nodded. You pushed off together, running and walking as fast as you could to get across without being seen. Halfway across the wide street, the saloon porch is so close you look behind you, only to see Black coming to a halt as your eyes met. Wiping blood off his face from his cracked beak, he aimed his gun at you both from the alley entrance. Your heart skips a beat and you crash to the ground, pulling Joseph with you, hoping you might dodge the bullet. A shot rings out, but it didn't come from behind you, and in fact, you quickly looked toward Black to see him ducking down. His hat was knocked down by the unknown shot, and he grabbed it before scuttling back, hiding further in the alley. The shot spooked the hiding gang members too, as a couple shots were fired back, and then many more adding to the cacophony. You picked Joseph and yourself off the dusty ground, seeing down the street that many were shooting up at the attackers on the roofs. You took off running in a crouch, with your hand balled up in a fist around your gun with the back of Joseph's clothes, dragging him with you. Both stumbling up the stairs to the saloon porch, you flung open the doors and helped Joseph inside with haste. Black Rat Board, thank you, welcome in. I can't even like yell correctly, I've been reading all stream. Ooh. Thank you for the follow, welcome in. There was a loud crack at the wooden doorframe, as a wooden doorframe was struck and splintered near your forehead. Or near your head. God, I can't read all of a sudden, help. I thought reading was supposed to make you smarter, not dumber. As you turn and slam the door shut, you see Black pull away from aiming at you, now having to reload. With the door shut, your eyes adjusted to the dimly lit interior, the sun not quite shining in the same as the last time you were here. Joseph stood with his injured leg slightly off the floor, leaning on a table with one hand. You go over to him and unholster your gun, handing it to him by the barrel, handle pointed upward. You take it. You need something better than that shotgun. I have it for a reason, Jame. A real terrible shot. More likely to hit you than who I'm aiming at. Then take it for good luck. I've had it for a long time and it's always done me well. He gave you a hesitant look still. You both knew time was of the essence, but he didn't want to put you in danger. You trusted him. You knew this wasn't dangerous. 2 revolvers isn't much good for me. Just take it and hide. Black's still coming after us. Joseph took the pistol from you and slid his shotgun across the floor to the end of the bar, limping over to hide behind it. You ducked down yourself and scuttled over to the nearest window, listening to the shootout happening outside. You needed to know where Black Vulture was. You pulled up and peeked over the windowsill. As soon as you pulled your head far enough up, your eyes landed on the distant figure of Black, rifle aimed directly at you. You immediately snapped away from the window and pressed yourself against the wall, holding still as one louder shot echoed in the street. The window next to your head broke with a shrill twang, the panes falling on the sill and shattering either side, the floor covered in glass. You felt a sharp pain pierce your ear and reached up for a moment to feel the tip missing. Your fingers slick with blood as you brought them down. The side of your face started to feel wet. You could feel your fur matting and sticking to itself inside your ear. He'd known where you were. He'd almost got you, but you knew where he was now, and he'd probably try to move and throw you off. You reared your head up along with your gun, spotting Black sneaking away from where he was as he tried to avoid errant bullets. He saw you as you took aim through the window, but you weren't going to falter and let him get the jump on you again. You followed his movement with your hand, watching where he was going, and squeezed the trigger just ahead of him. The gunshot echoed through the saloon, and a single moment later, Black fell with a small spray of blood, kicking up dust as his legs splayed out. You stood up a little, still crouched, peering more clearly over through the window to get a better look at him on the ground. He didn't seem to be breathing. You kept watching for any sign of life, any movements, but even as bullets from the fight hit dirt and wood beside him, he didn't seem to stir.
You gingerly kicked the broken glass under you aside, taking a deep breath. You slunk down and sat with your back to the wall, ears down, not wanting to attract any of the shooters still outside. The wary head of Joseph poked out from the end of the bar, looking at you, his eyes then flicking around the window. I got him. He's dead. Black's dead. We should just lie low here for a bit. Joseph nodded, shuffling out from behind the bar a bit more. Made a bit of a mess of the saloon. Hope Bart won't be too mad about it. You hope so too. You guessed the sheriff must have told people about what was happening, but you weren't sure. You'd help fix it up if you could. You sat there, waiting, listening, still as the fight outside died down. You could hear some distant shouts, sounds of people running, the wind howling through the open window. The crunch of glass. Your ears flicked toward the noise as a feathered hand shot through the window, grasping at your face. The arm grabbed under your chin and pulled and jerked you up. Breast became caught and strained as you were half choked to the window. You dropped your gun and desperately pulled at the arm, claws digging into the skin of Black's wing as you tried to break free. Another arm threw itself as he got to his knees, pressing your head against the wooden windowsill and tilting your head back. You could see his face close in your periphery, and his other hand now came to your throat, something sharp and cold resting against your skin. The shard of glass glinted in the sun, and refractions danced around the dim saloon. Your claws hurt from scratching feathers out of his arm. You didn't want to die. Your head forced back, neck thrust forward, exposed, looking at the nothing of the ceiling above you. This is gonna hurt you much more than it's hurting me. The words brushed past your ear. You felt the arm move, the glass start to prick into your skin. A loud bang went off, reverberating around the room and vibrating deep in your body for a moment. You fell to the floor. You crashed into the shattered glass beneath you, twisting to look up at the window, running your hand along your throat with subsiding panic. The arms that had been around you went limp, hanging through the window along with Black's long neck, his face motionless and frozen. The bloodied shard of glass in his hand fell to the floor with a tink. The blood from his head started to drip next to it. You looked over at Joseph and saw him sitting lopsided on the floor, your revolver in his hand still pointed towards the window. He was looking past you at Black, breathing heavily, and then looked in your eyes, his head not moving an inch, just a flick of his stare. He blinked after what seemed like an eternity, and you felt the roughness of his breaths in your throat, a hoarse cough every so often. You pushed your hand against the floor and sat up, Joseph putting the gun down carefully beside him. I think we got him for real then. You gave a small nervous chuckle, as did he. More gunshots started up outside, only less than before. You got on your knees, holstering the gun you dropped, and crawled carefully over the broken glass, across the floor to Joseph. He took a gentle hold of your shorter arm, a warm squeeze. We might be in danger here still if someone sees us, especially with old Big Beak there being a window ornament. Yeah. We could go in the storeroom for now, I suppose. He looked over the bar at the door to the store, the gentle curve of thinking on his brow before meeting your eyes again. The saloon has rooms, don't it? Think that's what Bart said. Yeah, must be upstairs. Should we go? We'll be a darn lot safer and comfier than down here. Always double tap. Never expect somebody to be dead. They will come back. You thought about it for a moment. Your only worry was whether you might get blood on something for when Bartholomew came back. Though considering the state of the saloon already, you thought, what the hell? You'll deal with it later. Together. Yeah, let's. You stood up and helped Joseph, with his stiff thigh still, to get up too. You walked briskly together past the window, out of sight. You took your time getting up the stairs, taking it slow for Joseph, who was huffing and breathing through gritted teeth as he made his way up. You stumbled along the landing, one arm around each other, towards the furthest room.
No kiss. The kiss, come on. Oh no, we gotta share a bed together. Oh no, we're covered in blood. Oh god. Oh, we've killed people. Actually, wait, I haven't killed anybody. It's been all Joseph. Joseph has killed people. Joseph's killed 2 people today. Twisting the handle, you open the door with some haste, shuffling inside together. You turn and close the door as quietly as you could, still bumping against the frame, the handle creaking as it turned beneath your hand. Actually, you know what? I need to take a quick break. Gotta go run and use the restroom. I'm gonna handle that. Don't go anywhere. We're gonna see them kiss. They have to share a bed together. It'll be scandalous. Alright, I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Alright, back to the gay outlaws. Oh, that's the wrong button. This is the right button. Also, wait, you know what? While I'm here, fucking, I gotta show up the Valentine's card again. There we go. Oh, we got a long night together. We've got so much to do. I have so many Neil Breen movies to watch with you. We'll be up all night. Honestly, who wants to Neil Breen and chill? Somebody? Please? Somebody Neil Breen and chill with me, please? I'm no longer asking. You need to watch Neil Breen. I'm holding you at gunpoint. I gotta get all my windows back up. I gotta, and then, there we go. Alright. You turn and close the door as quietly as you could, still bumping against the frame, the handle creaking as it turned beneath your hand. You waited there, facing the door, giving yourself a moment, breathing slowly, feeling the metal in your palm, gripping it tightly. With the door closed, the peppering of gunshots from outside was much softer. You can imagine them as raindrops against the window. Rain is so relaxing. I don't think I'd be relaxed in this situation. Nice room. You let go and turn to look around the room. You agreed. It was nice. It was bright. The sunlight skimming in through the window, curtains open, fading onto the pillows. A clean bed, a side table, a dresser. You wandered over to the bed, reaching out to touch, thinking better of it when feeling the blood sticking between your fingers. A large rug laid on the floor next to the bed, so instead you lowered yourself down to sit on it, leaning back to rest against the bed. You rested your head against it too, at least feeling the softness of the sheets brushing your fur, meeting the curve of your neck. Joseph still stood where he was, looking into the middle distance. After a few moments, his glassy stare turned down to you, coming back to life. We do now. We wait. Wait for the fight to die out. Once they realize who's died, they should leave.
hopefully won't be looked for. Right. He shuffled over to the bed and leaned down, groaning as he hit the rug, sitting against the bed as you did now. Sit here and hope for the best. As good a plan as we've had so far. His hurt legs stretched out against the floor as he massaged the muscle gently, bringing the other closer out of the way. That's killing me. Oh, not really, thank God. Cowboy pew gunshots, not real-life micro-explosions. Yeah, I guess that's true, yeah. I'm sure the guns were much less loud back then. I mean, the thought of hearing gunshots, though, it can't be, you know, comforting. The bleeding looked like it had stopped, thankfully, but still needed tending to before it got worse. Your ears flicked as you turned your head, and you felt the still air stinging against the exposed tip of your ear. You reached up for a moment, feeling it. Fingers running past the matted, sticky fur. The bleeding had stopped there too. You can get patched up when all the townsfolk come back. I hope. Yeah, I'll be fine. Don't you worry. You tried not to worry, settling yourself down, trying to rest. You stared at the wall of the bedroom, unsure what to think, unsure of how to feel, tracing the grain of the wood with your eyes. You wondered if the numbness you felt made you a monster, some strange lacking that left you sitting there, bereft of feeling. How are you supposed to feel when Curly's sitting behind a house, limp, body baking in the sun? How are you supposed to feel with Black draped over a window, lifelessly hanging in the shade of the porch? You couldn't shake the feeling of the glass pressed against your neck through your fur, cold against your skin. Like it was still there. Like if you moved in a second, you'd find yourself gasping on the ground, drowning, grasping at your throat. You were brought back from your thoughts as your ears drew your eyes away from the wall. Down to your side. Down to where Joseph's hand fidgeted, tapping against the floor. The softest of patters against the rug, an unheard rhythm from within him. His breathing caught your eye too. The noticeable rise and fall of his chest. The long exhales through his nose. Your eyes continued up to his sullen face, the feathers of his head suddenly shaking, nerves bubbling to the surface. You looked back down to his hand and found yourself reaching across, reaching out to take hold. Joseph jolted as you touched him, his hand almost reflexively jerking out from yours. As he came back to the world, he looked down. He relaxed his arm when he saw, squeezing you a little and letting you steal his hand away into your lap. It was trembling as you stroked your thumb over the feathers, squeezing his hand back firmly. Your hands moved around each other, grappling and dancing, exploring each other's fingers and palms. A distraction of each other's fur and feathers, just the two of you. Joseph's arm being pulled away from him started to make him lean, his body subtly shifting inch by inch closer to you. He started to tilt, and his head tilted too, laying on your shoulder with a comforting heft of weight. You laid your head on his, feather ends tickling you through your fur. He untwisted his arm into a comfier position, keeping it near. You took a hold again, holding the back of his hand, digging your fingers in between his, intertwining. Now you were both still, only the small movements of getting comfortable to disturb you, hands fidgeting together. We're both alive, huh? Did we really do that? Nah, there's no way. When we rolled up on Clemency and I saw y'all, I thought we had no shot. How did you make it out alive? There was an incredulity to his voice that weighed on your heart. He was right. You nearly died. Nearly, but you didn't. You were still alive. You were still here, with him. I don't think I care about the how or the why. We're still alive and they aren't. All that matters to me is that I'm sitting here with you. That I can feel how warm you are. I mean, they got shot. I mean, yeah, they did get shot. Both of them got shot. Oh, water. Choking on water.
Joseph sat up at that, his head no longer on your shoulder as he turned to look at you. Looking into your eyes, you found your hand let go of his, reaching up, wanting to feel him, feel his warmth, the way his stomach moved as he breathed. His heart still beating strong inside him, like it was reaching out to you, quickening as you let your hand lay on his chest. You felt your own heartbeat thrumming louder now, like you had just minutes ago. Not out of fear this time, not that kind, as you reached up past his shoulder. He closed his eyes as your hand rubbed gently up his neck, feathers fluffing, stroking up till you cupped his face. The feathers of his face were soft, intermingled with the dust and dirt, the specks of dried blood that you felt beneath your hand. He opened his eyes again. Those big honey gold and brown rings started to flick around your features, studying you. Looking at you in a way you don't think you have ever been before. He cleared his throat a little, dry and unsure of his words, but wanting to say them all the same. You know, I didn't. Did I ever tell you how handsome you are? You couldn't help your little snort as you laughed, turning your face away, giggling over the nervous trip of his words. No, I don't think you did.
My fucking God.
Yes!
These
bitches gay.
Good for them.
These bitches gay!
Fucking God. These bitches gay. Good for them. Good for them.
Good for them. Oh, come on, Jame. Looking back at him, it felt like your faces were closer. Your laughter subsided. Cheeks starting to warm as the sweetness of his words trickled into your thoughts like honey. You found yourself leaning in, slowly, as did he, your eyes glancing at each other's mouths. The stretch of tension in your back as your head pushed forward had your hand, buried in the softness of his feathers, pulling him closer. Eyes meeting once more, just a moment before... These bitches gay! Good for them. Your faces met. Oh.
My fucking
Yes!
God. These bitches gay. My fucking God. Good for them.
Good for them!
These bitches gay. My fucking God. Good for them. These bitches good for them. My fucking God. Good for them. These bitches good for them.
Here, I'll join in. I've got infinite points.
Good for them. Good for them. Good for them.
Oh, thank you for the hydrate. These bitches, good for them. Good for them. Your faces met. You pressed your lips to the end of his beak, his hot breath on your lips, in your mouth, as yours was in his. Oh. You held the kiss there, holding your lips to his, unsure if this is what you were supposed to do. You'd never kissed anyone like this before. You hadn't met anyone like Joseph before either. You just wanted to be close to him like this. Your heart was beating hard in your chest, your cheeks flushed and hot. You heard what sounded like sweeping, realizing it was your tail wagging across the floor. A few more seconds passed before the kiss was broken, your hand falling from his face to hold onto his arm. You looked at each other with quivering breaths. You could feel the strong rhythm of his heartbeat in your hand. A big, gracious smile spread across Joseph's face. You matched it with a more sheepish one, embarrassed-filled, despite everything. I guess you never kissed someone with a beak before. No, I haven't. Or anyone without one, for that matter.
Well, if that was really your first time, I got nothing to complain about. I'd just say it was a very mammal kiss. Oh, really now? Do educate me. You have a lot of lip to it. Birds can't do that so well, you see. So we tend to kiss a little differently. Your face warmed even more, your ears burning as he leaned in closer, talking softly. Let me show you. One hand came to rest on your leg as he leaned forward, his beak passed flush with your snout. You closed your eyes as he came closer, the whispers of his breath warm on your face as the tip of his beak gently poked at your cheek. He preened and rubbed his beak through your fur, almost nibbling at you, feeling soft scrapes against your skin. Joseph's affections continued against your cheek, the feathers of his face close to your nose, smelling of sweat and tobacco. He nuzzled through the fur of your face a few moments more, before rubbing his beak all along your snout as he dipped his head back. You opened your eyes again, bemused by Joseph's new kiss, to gaze upon his bashful face. From the blush of his cheeks and the unusual shyness he was trying to shrug off, you felt as if he'd been entrusted a secret. What do you make of that? I think I liked mine better, but I could get used to those too. He slipped an arm around your back, holding you closer as your heart fluttered at the thought of a familiar kiss. Now I'd be happy to oblige. His face beamed with a warm smile, and he leaned forward to rest his head atop yours. You reached your hand across him and grabbed his other hand, pulling it into his lap, keeping you all close like a bundle of sticks. Letting your mind focus on him, feeling his hand squeeze your side firmly, squeezing his other hand back. Listening to his breathing, to the small shuffles of his clothes, to the faint beat of his heart in his chest. Your ear flicked around a little as you heard something else, some subtle noise you wanted to ignore, focusing on the warmth of Joseph. The fight in the street seemed to be over. No longer could you hear the muffled shots, the pops or bangs or cracks that split the air. What you could hear now, though, were rhythmic thuds, distant and soft, but growing louder by the second. It was footsteps, first at the stairs, but now coming along the landing, coming closer. You sat up sharply, knocking Joseph in the chin a little, as you heard one of the doors open, and then close. Whoever it was checking the rooms. Joseph sat up as he took note of the noises as well, realizing the same as you. Someone was looking for you, or at least someone was looking for stragglers. Your hand snapped to your gun and pulled it from the holster, aiming it square at the door. You heard more doors open and close. Whoever it was would be here in just a few seconds. The footsteps grew that little bit louder, and you found something familiar within them. There were 4 footsteps. 2 people, but there was another offbeat thump there, out of pace. A 5th footstep? As the hunters came to the door, you realized what it was. Your hand coming down, pointing the gun away. Joseph whispered urgently, "What are you doing?" It wasn't another footstep you heard. It was the thump of a cane. The door swung open, with 2 figures standing in the doorway. A moment of uncertainty had you pointed the gun back their way. You put it away again, though, as, sure enough, you saw who you were expecting. It was Sheriff, along with a man unfamiliar to you, a lanky, serious-looking hair who leaned in, still holding the door handle. "Oh, put that thing away there. We don't mean you no harm." Both of them had rifles slung over their shoulders, and Sheriff's worried face turned to one of relief when you met eyes. And there I was, getting all twisted up worrying about you two. I knew you'd be alright. "Sheriff, what are you doing here? I thought everyone was out of town." Azzy, hello. Thank you for the hoot. "Well, everyone is, except for us. Oh, I should introduce you. This is Matthew. He stayed behind to help me. I couldn't go with everyone else. I was worried about the town and you boys, so Matthew and I stayed here to help however we could. We were up on the roof shooting as a distraction. I hope it was of some help. Oh wait, that was you? I thought you were supposed to be pacifists. Well, we didn't actually shoot anyone. We just shot near them. Trying to tip the scales in your favor and give them something else to worry about. Looks like that made the saloon a bit of a target, though. Bartholomew's not gonna be happy about this mess. I'm sorry. We'll do whatever we can to help. Matthew waved it off cheerily. Don't worry, my husband's a very forgiving man. But this saloon is like his baby. He'll want to know you're alright, but after that, he's just gonna want to fix it up. Ah, I see, yeah. Everyone's gay. These bitches gay.
Fucking God. These bitches gay.
We love our queer little
For
town.
them. Good for them.
So this was the husband? You didn't think your first meeting with him would be like this. Seems like he got banged up pretty bad too. I don't know if we should have done more. No, I think you may well have saved our lives. We knew the danger of what we were doing. Yes, homosexuality wins. Oh, truly only gays can do it. Thank you for helping us like that. You didn't have to. Yeah, thanks. We owe you one. Don't mention it. We'll ask for your help when you're better, but right now you need some seeing to. Lucky for you, the town doctor's here. Where? You're looking at him. Sorry. Nothing to apologize for. We've all had quite the day. What happened to everyone else? We told them to leave. Their bosses are dead, and we said more people would be back soon, too. None of them felt like sticking around. You're safe. Inside yourself, there was some deep sigh of relief you didn't realize you'd been holding on to. Like you hadn't breathed right for days. You nodded gratefully. Matthew came into the room and started tending to Joseph first, looking over his injuries. You were both hurt and bruised and bloody, but you were safe now. You wondered how long it would be until you could believe that. You're not sure if you knew back then, or when you realized, that you'd carried the scars from that day for the rest of your lives. You and Joseph were put up in separate rooms at the saloon by Bartholomew, who insisted you say so that Matthew could treat you both. 20 push-ups! Kira! No. Alright, fine. Alright. 20 push-ups. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Oh, I did it. Oh. Every time, it's always okay. 10 is okay. 15 is, oh, help. 20 is, I'm dying. Please. The month you spent resting and recovering there was full of sleepless nights. Nightmares came often, some more vivid than others. You often woke in the early morning to find you and your bedsheets drenched in sweat. Some nights you were woken by Joseph shouting. Those nights you'd sit up in bed, waiting for him to come into your room and crawl in, lying with him until he fell asleep. Other nights, where you felt shaken and sick by what you dreamt about, you'd wake him asking if you could sleep in his bed. Neither of you talked much otherwise. You kept to yourselves in your rooms, resting. Doctor's orders. PTSD. I mean, being in a shootout is a pretty traumatic event. I can't blame her. And the fact that they had to kill, like, 2 people, essentially. I mean, they got a lot of people killed. Not just those 2. So, having that on your conscience is probably, not great. You weren't sure of their benefits, but Matthew brought you medicines occasionally. Often some concoction involving whiskey. He joked about the perks of having a bartender for a spouse. The taste was vile to you still, but you found it helped just a little. It was odd, you thought, that the respite of bed felt Rest at a bed rest felt just like as much work as being up and about at the camp. It sometimes felt like resting was the last thing you were doing. As the days rolled by, there did come the point you've been waiting for, where you both were feeling fit enough to get up and do something. You still kept to the saloon, only seeing a handful of familiar faces at odd times. The saloon was already clean and mostly fixed up by the time you were recovered enough to lend a hand. You felt like you'd missed your opportunity to help out. Bartholomew assured you he'd need help when the new windows were to be fitted. He had also brought up that neither of you had joined in on the nightly gathering at the saloon. No, we've killed more people in the past, absolutely. Yeah, innocent people. We're not good people, but... Listen, we're gay, so we fit in town. We don't ask questions. Don't lick a gift horse in the mouth. Now you were better, everyone would love to see you. You'd heard the gatherings all those nights you'd been resting. Attendance waxed and waned, but every night the saloon was bustling and merry. Full of people enjoying each other's company, singing songs, telling stories. The idea of being in the midst of that crowd put ice in your stomach. Joseph happily agreed to come along to the next gathering, and so did you. You knew really that it would be good to be around people. Now here you were, standing in front of the window in your room, looking out, past the vague reflection of your face in the glass. Night had fallen. Lights in houses down the street snuffed one by one as people left for the saloon, the downstairs filling with the town. Already you could hear the muffled sounds of mingling, chatter, spatters of loud laughs that had grown familiar to you through the walls. You kept looking out the window, into the dark desert, knowing that you'd have to move soon, just waiting another second, another minute. You had to go. Go on. Leave the room. A short sigh at yourself sent you off, walking across the room to meekly open the door. You pulled it open just a crack, the warm lamplight in the saloon spilling in, and to your surprise you found Joseph standing there. One hand raised, about to knock on your door. He flashed you a little smile, clearly asking if he could come in. You opened it just enough to let him in before closing it, leaning with your shoulder to the door as he stood close to you. Hey. Hi. Your greetings practically stumbled over to each other, both clearly antsy, trying to get some words out. Are you ready? You chewed the inside of your cheek a little as you thought. You wanted to be ready. You wanted to go down to see people who cared for you. Joseph was here too. It would be fine. I'm not ready either, if it helps. I figure if we dilly-dally about it, though, we'll never be ready. Yeah, you're right. You sighed and Joseph patted you on the shoulder, a little reassurance to get you going. All right, let's go have a good time. That's the spirit. Joseph followed close behind you as you opened the door wide and stepped out, eyes adjusting from the darkness of your room. He closed the door as you left and you walked along the landing together, down the stairs, looking out over the disparate crowds. Clemency was a small town, but with so many packed into here, it felt like even the busiest of bars you'd glanced inside of before. As you neared the bottom of the stairs, you heard a voice call out. I forgot the voices I gave to all the other people. Jame, Joseph, over here! You looked over at the bar and saw Bartholomew waving at you, his arm stuck up high enough to catch you over the taller patrons milling past. It wasn't just him either. Standing at the bar were other familiar faces you were happy to see, namely Jacob and Sheriff. You took Joseph's hand and walked through with him, excusing your way past people to the bar. Jacob and Sheriff sidled along to make some room between them, a friendly gap for you both to squeeze into. It's good to see you well again, Jame. I found myself rather worried after what happened. I'm glad to see you too, Jacob. I didn't lose another limb, so I think I have nothing to complain about.
He gave you a gentle, reassuring smile, seemingly genuinely calmed by your jokey reassurance. Sheriff leaned in to address you both. It's good to see you both in good health. For sure, and you'll be even better health with a drink down you. Bartholomew? That's what I'm here for. On the house, fellas. What are you drinking? Damn, really? You sure? We've been taking up your rooms and now free drinks? You're really spoiling us. You need something so we can toast to your health. Now, go on, take your pick. Wait, what's this redeemed, Jame? Hello, trending. It's a special for Post-Valentine's. Ah, well, I think I'll just stick with a beer. Alrighty. How's about you, Jame? Can you do me a whiskey? You felt Joseph giving you a quizzical look. Surprised you'd choose such a hard liquor. Sure thing. Let me get on this. He turned and busied himself with finding what you'd ordered, and you look at Joseph, his face so confused over your choice. What? I've acquired a bit of a taste for it. No, I can respect it. Just didn't see it being your kind of thing. I'm full of surprises, huh? Sure are. You felt a little blush rise to your cheeks as he gave you a wry smile. Bartholomew set down a stout tumbler of whiskey alongside the beer on the counter. You took your drinks as Sheriff started to speak. That's more like it. Now a toast to Jame and Joseph. You boys pulled off something incredibly brave, and I'm thankful you made it. Hear, hear. You went around clinking glasses with Jacob, Joseph, Sheriff, and Bartholomew before taking a sip of your whiskey. Where's Matthew? Where's Bartholomew's husband? Get him out here. Before it even reached your lips, the smell was burning in your nose, and continued to burn as it slipped down your throat. It was a pleasant burn of sorts, though. You weren't sure if that was the way it was meant to be, but you enjoyed it all the same. So, boys, I don't know what your plans are now you're all fixed up, but I thought I'd take the moment to ask if you'd like to stay in Clemency. I really think you'd fit in here. It's just an invitation, mind you, no need to give me an answer now, but just think about it for me. You and Joseph glanced eyes for a moment, both humbled and blindsided, unsure what to say. Why did the question leave you gripping your glass, pitching your thumb over the rim? Wasn't this something you wanted? Thank you, Sheriff. That's a very kind offer. Gaytown. We'll have to sleep on it, I think. Not a problem. Just a suggestion, really. Don't mind me none. Truth be told, I can't say we have much in the way of plans as of now. Yeah, no, I haven't... We've not really thought about what to do next. Tiki, hello. Oh, poppin'. That was the honest truth. All you'd focus on was getting away from Curly, up from under his shadow. And now you were free. You could do anything. And yet could think of nothing. A tightness took a hold in your chest. If it isn't my favorite patients. I forgot what voice I gave him to shit. Matthew came wandering over to the bar and greeted you both with a beaming smile. Great to see you up and at it. All thanks to you, Doc. Oh, you're too kind. I'll drink to that.
My fucking
Yay, this bitch is gay. Look at the husband. Everyone here is gay.
Good for them. Good
Literally
for
everyone
them.
in the shot. Everyone in town. Gay town. Gay town. I'm setting up a poker game right now, so I thought I'd wander around and see who's game. I'll join in. Alrighty. I've already got another guy as well, so just need at least one more person. You able to sneak away from the bar, hun? He spoke past you to Bartholomew, who rolled his eyes. I admire your tenacity, Matthew, but I'm not gonna join you on your poker, no matter how many times you ask. Alright. Can't blame a man for trying. Joseph caught your eye and gave you a look to ask, "You mind if I go?" To which you just nudged him encouragingly with your elbow. "I'm game, if you're prepared to lose." Joseph gave your arm a gentle squeeze before he grabbed his beer and headed with Sheriff towards the back of the saloon. You watch him disappear in the throng of people before turning back to the bar, just left with Jacob and Bartholomew. "Not a gambler then, Jacob?" "Oh, heavens no. Not that I have any particular objection, I'm just terrible at it. I have to say my poker face is quite dire." "What the— oh." You chuckled at that, certainly seeing how it could be the case. Your eyes turned down to your drink, small talk dying away. Staring into the clear liquid that streaked the glass as you rolled it around in your hand. Were you a whiskey drinker now? You couldn't have foreseen that a month ago. Nor could you have foreseen before that you'd meet Joseph, that you'd end up here, having left the gang, Curly gone. Thinking back on it, it felt like you were always going to be under Curly's thumb. What else was there for you? That was going to be your life until the tides of fate swept you elsewhere. You didn't think you'd ever have a chance like this.
Is pornography for birds.
But Birdloop. Now you have the chance to choose your life. Everything is still just as hazy. What comes next? I know that look. You turned your eyes to Bartholomew as he put his elbows on the bar, leaning in with a friendly, knowing demeanor. That's the face of someone with a lot going on in the upstairs. That, or there's something very interesting at the bottom of that glass. You thinking about what Sheriff said? Yeah, it's just— I don't know. What are your plans now? You must have some idea of what you want to do. I can't say I do. I've not thought about it, I guess. You know, you don't have to stay in Clemency. You could go anywhere, really. Oh yes, I would say I agree. Traveling is an incredible way to learn, and to discover what kind of man you are. What kind of man? Indeed. It is easy when young to think you know the world, think you know yourself well. That is what I thought before I went on my pilgrimage. The man who left Pennsylvania all those years ago is not the same man who arrived in Clemency. In fact, the man who arrived in Clemency and the man sitting at this bar now are not the same either. Convening with your fellow people gives a great deal of clarity and substance to your character. I think I see what you mean. You knew what he meant, of course. You'd run with Curly for years now. Who you were when you left home and who you are now are strangers to each other. You weren't sure if that person from years ago met you now, that you'd be someone you wanted to know. It's not just yourself either. You can learn a lot about someone else from traveling with them. Me and Matthew learned so much about each other on the trail, both the good and the bad. I don't think you really know someone till you've had to share the same bed for weeks on end. It could be good for you and Joseph. Maybe. You could feel your cheeks turning red. Joseph had talked about riding east before, but that was more like running away at the time. What Bartholomew said stuck in your head. Do you even know Joseph? Do you really know him? You thought you did, but really, you've only just met. You don't really know that much about each other. While you may feel things for him, you never have anyone else, and you've gone through hell and high water to be here together. Is that enough? Is that a reason to stick together? Do you want to know who he is? Do you want him to know who you are? You have no idea what the future holds. You have no idea about anything. You don't know Joseph. He doesn't know you either. You don't even know yourself. Tar was welling up in your chest, coating your insides, making you heavy. Breathing deep, tapping your fingers on the bar. It's too warm in here. Too many people. You need some air. You feeling alright, Jame? His words snapped you out of your thoughts, but the feelings remained. You nodded subtly.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna go outside, get some air. Giving them both a weak smile of reassurance, you left your drink on the bar and stepped away, passing strangers to head out the doors. Yes, next question. I mean, honestly, you know, the night air was refreshing as it cooled your head. You welcomed the chill breeze from the desert that ruffled through your fur. You didn't hang around long on the saloon porch, walking away into the town, leaving behind the yellow light that spilled from its windows. You left the town too, past a sign that read its name, making your way up a path to the outskirts that brought back forlorn memories. Memories of feelings not unlike the ones you were harboring now, as you stood at the top of your climb on a familiar cliff. You took slow, deep breaths of the night air, filling your lungs, clearing your head. You wandered over to the cliff edge and gazed out over the town, the light of the saloon stark against the inky dark. Yes! Kill? We've already killed. Hello, Draco. How's it going? Killing's over. We did it. We killed the gang leaders. Hello? Oh no, kill me. Oh, I see. I get it. Yeah, that's so many no's. I feel like I'm just like, the sound of the gnome has just lost all meaning to me. It's just noise as I just get the hell beaten out of me.
The first solution that I've come up with is
Am I free? Oh, wait, what? Why was there a neck snap? There shouldn't have been a neck snap in there.
Bigger. Jeff. Bigger.
I have some tinkering to do, apparently. Oh, I'm free. I'm free. All right. Oh, I'm not free. Are you a grow tuber? No, I'm not. Well, you know, hold on. Hold on. Wait, fuck. Yeah, I'm absolutely not a grow tuber. I promise I'm not a grow tuber. I'm not a grow tuber. Oh wait, oh, that's the wrong one. Don't pay attention to all this art that I have of me in, like, Tribal Hunter. I'm absolutely not. I promise. I swear I'm not. This art was thrust upon me. I didn't choose this. I just chose to play Tribal Hunter. The desert was quiet, save for the whistle of the wind carrying the chirp of insects. You crouched down and fell on your haunches, sitting and letting your legs hang over the edge of the cliff. As James sits on stream, there is that one clip of me in VR where you just get a full view of my ass. So, like, wait, I've been jarred. Wait, this shouldn't be. This is wrong. This is incorrect. I think, okay, yeah, I think Chaos Mode returned on the redeems that shouldn't be on for Himbo. I am very caked up in VR chat, yeah. You've broken everything. Actually, it's slightly related to being caked up and my 3D model, Dragon Frito, the person who did my model, they, if everyone's familiar with the game Kings of Hell, they actually did a 3D model for that game, and it's super good. I have a 3D model? Yeah, let me see if I can, hold on, let me see if I can find the clip. Because I feel like that would demonstrate more than anything what we're talking about here. If I go back to my, let's see. So that's why you're so giggly? Wait, what? Why am I giggling? Alright, where is it? It's one of my more popular clips. It's got to be towards the top, right? Oh! Thank you for the shiny. Where?
it's not that one. That is a VR clip though. Where is it? Is it really not? I'm surprised it's not like my most like one of my more popular clips. You would think that people would be going out of their way to look at my ass. Yeah, here we go. I found it. All right.
Now I'm a jerk
Oh.
and everybody loves me.
I was already himbo. Wait, no, this is going to ruin things. Oh, wait, shit. No, things actually have been broken. All right, hold on. Let me get I have to go here. There we go. Oh, no, it was muted. Nope. Oh, no. Yep. Ass. So there you go. All right, back to... There we go. Back to gay outlaws. Ever consider getting an animation made? Raka has posed my model before, and I will not talk anymore about that in stream, but... Raka has done some things with my model. It was funny to think of how many life-changing things had happened to you up here. Meeting Joseph, spending the night with him, sowing the seeds of your plans to be free. Was there some comfort to being up here, perhaps? Fond and fresh memories that calmed you, reminding you why you were here. Oh, and enjoy your lyric. Have a good one, Draco. Still, there was a gnawing feeling on your heart, no matter how much you hoped for there not to be. Why are you feeling like this? Why are you so worried? Why are you so scared? What's wrong with you? Shouldn't this freedom you have now be a good thing? Why does it feel like everything is about to come crashing down around your ears? What about Joseph? Sweet Joseph that you made a promise with. You let out a heavy sigh. You didn't expect to be weighed down with so many thoughts tonight. This was supposed to be a celebration. Now you were up here, away from everyone. Many contradictions running through your mind. It's always been your answer to things. Running away. The only time you didn't was because of that promise. How stupid can you be to choose to fight, and then want to run away from everything you were fighting for? You'd probably run away from yourself if you could. You just wish you could answer why. You sat for a little while. The wind up here was still a pleasant breeze. It blew past your head, cooling your warm ears, taking small grains of sand with it that floated off the cliff. Not thinking about much at all as you looked out into the night, at the distant, dark blue silhouettes of the hills. Howdy, stranger. What brings you out here? You were drawn from your trance by Joseph's voice all of a sudden. You were so out of it you hadn't heard him approach. You turned and looked up at him. He was standing a few paces away, his beer in one hand, your whiskey in the other. Mind if I join you? You nodded at the ground, letting him know he could come sit. He walked over and lowered himself carefully to sit next to you, keeping the drink steady. He held your whiskey glass out to you by his fingers, and you took it as he put it on your palm. Thanks. No problem. So like I said, what brings you out here? You absentmindedly scratched the side of your glass with a blunt claw as you thought of your answer. I just needed some air. Yeah, it was a little stuffy in that saloon. If you ask me, we did Bartholomew a favor breaking down some windows. Air out the place. You giggled a little at that. He was good at making you feel better. How are you always so charming? It seems to come so easy to you. He looked a little bashful at that comment, scratching his head, unsure what to say. I don't know. I just picked it up over time, I guess. Helps get you out of fights and whatnot. Yeah, that makes sense. You feeling alright? Didn't say anything when you left. Sorry, I didn't want to bother you during your poker game. Goodbye, Shiny. You thought about what you wanted to say, but so many things vied for your tongue. Everything swelling up inside you, chest fit to burst. You didn't know if you could admit how you were feeling to him. It almost felt too personal. It felt wrong. It felt harsh. I feel strange. That's the simplest way I can put it. He looked at you a moment, eyebrow cocked, unimpressed. Lay it on me. Huh? Lay it on me. I want to know what you're thinking. I know you've got stuff on your mind, you ain't telling me. You blew through your lips with a sigh, thinking about whether you should. He was right, after all. You don't have to hide how you feel anymore. If you were honest, you didn't want to keep hiding it. I'm scared, I guess. I don't know what the hell I'm supposed to be doing. What I'm going to do next. Everyone at the saloon was asking us about plans, and I realized I don't have any. I didn't think that far ahead. Now we're here, I don't know what to do. I feel like an animal that's been let out of its cage and gotten lost in the wilderness. But what are you scared of? What's the worst that could happen? I don't know. That's why I'm scared. What if I do the wrong thing, make the wrong decision? What if I decide to settle down in clemency like Sheriff said, and I don't like it? Where would I go? I've had so much of my life wasted running with Curly. I don't want to lose more of it to bad decisions. I've made too many of those. I don't want to waste my life either. We can make those choices together now, though. We can turn over a new leaf. I know we could, but I'm worried about you too. I was talking with Jacob and Bartholomew, and I realized I don't know you. I don't know anything about you. Joseph's face was solemn. He just stared into your eyes like he was trying to unpick some meaning from your expression. I've done horrible things, Joseph. I don't know that I like the person I've become after Curly. I don't trust myself. You did what you needed to stay alive. You don't have to like it. You were growing frustrated with his rebuttals, like he wasn't listening to you. You twisted your body around, one leg up, facing him head on. I love you, and I'm scared of hurting you. I'm scared that the man who could hurt Curly is the same man that could hurt you. I'm scared that if we really knew each other, we wouldn't be here in the first place. The wind whistled in your ears. Joseph's face was still, eyes squinted a little, contemplating your words. A few moments passed before he opened his beak to speak. I love you too, and I'm not scared of you. I want to find out who you are, and hope I have the courage to let you find out who I am. I'm scared as all hell too. I know what you mean. Now that I'm free of the gang, I don't know what to do with myself. All I know is I want to be with you. Maybe we'll make bad choices, but who cares? You help show me I don't have to live my life in fear, Jame. I think if we're scared, it means we have our heads screwed on right. But it doesn't have to stop us from living. We can make whatever mistakes we want. We can stay in clemency forever. We can go traveling the country. I don't give a hoot. Tonight ain't the night to worry about the rest of your life. Whatever happens to us, if I can kiss your face at the end of the day, then everything will be all right. A great wave of relief washed over you as Joseph spoke. You didn't realize how much you'd needed to hear that from him. A kiss and a prayer? He laughed. Yeah, on a kiss and a prayer. We'll be just fine. Story of our lives, huh? He leaned in and pecked you on the cheek, bringing a blush of warmth in them that even the night breeze could not cool. It seems pretty good to me. Now come on, let's get back down there. Have a good time. I think someone said they were going to dust off that old piano and play us all a tune. He made to stand up, but you reached out, placing your hand over his. Wait. Is it alright if we just sit here a little longer? Then we can go down. It's a nice night is all. He smiled, his eyes softly tilting to the sky, looking to the stars. Sure is.
You want to stay here a spell, that's just fine by me. As he settled back down, he scooted over closer to you, shoulder to shoulder, and you tilted your head to rest on him. You slipped your hand into his, and he held yours tightly, squeezing back between your fingers. The night may be cold, but he was all the warmth you'd need. You spent so long looking out for yourself, looking out for people who didn't care about you. Now you can look out for each other. Aww. Oh, that was so nice. Aww. Oh, that was so cute. That was wonderful. I'm so glad I did this. Great job to everyone involved. Look at all these people. I'm covering part of their names. Paranoid Hawk. Cold Doggo. Oh. Boy, I did not expect to do this entire... I wasn't sure how long it'd be. I was like, oh, you know, it'll be like a couple hours maybe. 5 hours. And then I did not want to stop. It was very good. I really enjoyed this. This is wonderful. So again, the name of the game, Lookouts by Paranoid Hawk on HIO, if you want to look it up. Jackal, hello, welcome on in. I am just finishing up 5 hours of visual novel. It was very cute and very gay. Yeah, yay, make this a gay little game, yes. I need a bird, man. God, me too, fuck. But hello, Jackal, how you doing? Hold on, let's, we're being gay here tonight. Oh, look at them. Eating beans together. Enjoy the game, please leave a comment or for rating on HIO, Twitter, whatever. I feel like I need to at the people, like... Wait, huh? If you'd like to support us so we can keep making, you should check out the paid gold edition? Comes with a bunch of stuff like the full soundtrack, original art and duels. Oh, okay. Oh, cool. Because yeah, this was a free game. You can just play this on a browser. Aww. Aw, that was so sweet though. Aw. I'm glad. I'm glad that we played this. Well, my original plan was to play Dragon Island after this, but it's like it's been 5 hours of stream. 5 hours straight of reading. I was expecting this to not be so long and to not get so invested in it. But you know what? Hey, I have an idea. Instead of art tomorrow, what if I play Dragon Island? You know what? Let me run a quick poll. What would you rather I do? I should show off Dragon Island for a second first, I guess. So you can see... Make an informed decision. Where is it?